I'm looking at Avery. Okay? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's 9 o'clock, Tuesday, November the 21st, and the call of the Commissioners Court to order. A quorum notices have been posted, and this court is duly called. Can I get a motion to open the court?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the November 2023 term. The Honorable Commissioner John Wiley Price presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
The invocation this morning will be by my guest, Dr. Harold Racinos. Dr. Harold Racinos is a professor of church and society at the Perkins School of Theology at Southern Methodist University. A cultural anthropologist, his ethnographic work focuses especially on undocumented Central American migrants and the Salvadorian diaspora. He has published numerous articles, chapters in collections, and written major works on Latino theology, including publishing 18 collections of poetry. Recently, 2 new collections of poetry were released: The Looking Glass, Far and Near, RP, Wikipedia, and Stock 2023, nominated for a Pulitzer Prize, and Tell Somebody, RP, WIPF, and Stock number 2022. Recently, Dr. Racinos completed a new collection of poetry titled The Place Across the River, which will be released early in the new year. Dr. Racinos' poetry has been featured in Hispanic Review, Anglican Theological Review, Weaving, Sojourners, Anabaptist Witness, and The Other Side, The Arts Perspective, The Hispanic Theological Initiative, Infoco Incorporated, among others. He completed a PhD with honors in cultural anthropology in 1993 from the American University in Washington, D.C. Professor Racinos completed a PhD with honors in cultural anthropology in 1993 from the American University in Washington, D.C. Since the early 1980s, Dr. Racinos has worked with and defended the civil and human rights of Salvadorian refugees in the States and the marginal communities in various and different contexts in El Salvador. To those who are hungry, give bread. To those who have bread, give a hunger. For Archbishop Oscar Romero. Dr. Sinner, please.
Let us pray. God of life, we know you by many names. Open our hearts and minds so that we see your reflection in the face of every person in Dallas County and earth. Help us to forge bonds of compassion, dignity, and respect with every person. We pray today for those without voice, for those with hardened hearts, for those who grieve, for those who struggle with unemployment and keeping a roof over their heads, for the dark hands working in the farms that feed us, for the people who clean places of work, for teachers and students adjusting to change, for Dallas County commissioners, judges, and leaders. Source of all being, we pray for your sons and daughters on the southern border, the suffering children in war, and for any who suffer hunger, thirst, racist terror, and the injustices endorsed by societal indifference. God of beginnings and endings, we pray not to follow those who help us to choose a better way backward. Fill us now with a desire to change ourselves and the world. Inflame our passion for justice into a commitment to address unjust situations and structures to stand up in defense of civil and human rights, and to make Dallas County a people of gracious love and hospitality, bearing witness to the values of equality, kindness, and freedom. Gracious God, as we face a divided world, remind us to work on this earth for your sake, to practice forgiveness, hope against hope, and to find companions on the long walk toward better days. God, beyond any name, you have walked with us in light and remained with us in the darkest valleys. Empower us to stand for what is right. Breathe life into our weary hearts. Give us patience to deal with the unknown, and remind us in every age, and even now, our refuge. Mysterious Spirit, life giver, earth maker, the Dallas County Commissioner's Court meets today to conduct matters of important business. We pray for the justice of your courts to be ours. We pray that the work that will be done here on this day will contribute to creating a different sort of county in which injustice is replaced by a renewed sense of repair. God of peace, guide the hearts and minds of leaders in this room in the spirit of fairness, right thought, and speech. In times of difficulty, strengthen them. From trials too great to endure, spare them. From any threat of evil, free them. Lastly, we pray, impart your sound wisdom upon the activities of this court and the deliberations of each speaker, so that the concerns taken up may reach a successful conclusion. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Doctor,
Justice
I can't say enough. Yeah, you may be seated. I can't say enough. I can tell Dr. James Cone is smiling today. For those of you who don't know, he was a student of Dr. James Cone, a foremost professor of theology. And he's smiling today. So thank you very much. Mr. Gray, good to see you today as well. Dr. Arsenio's blessed the last lynching, the ground, and challenged us with regards to what happened up on, quote, the levee. And so as we talk about the commemoration of misgiving, and he needed to remind us, because clearly it's only an American holiday, and the people who did not benefit were those who were native. And so as we so-called commemorate, just recall how it was born. So again, thank you, Doctor. Challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda of the Dallas County Commissioner's Court is posted. I will ask for a motion to suspend the agenda.
So move. Second.
Got a motion second. Any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who oppose, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative, and that's only because the agenda is printed that we will go to resolutions, and we'll go to Dr. THERESA Daniels.
And good morning, and thank you very much. Today we're going to talk about National Adoption Day, and there are a couple people here who know that topic very, very well. So would Kathleen Lavelle, if you would come up, and I think Sophie, I don't see Sophie here yet though. But whereas November is National Adoption Awareness Month and includes a collective national effort by advocates, practitioners, and policymakers to raise awareness of the more than 120,000 children in foster care waiting for permanent and loving families. And whereas the Dallas County Child Welfare Board, whose mission is to support a network of volunteers concerned with the welfare of children, wishes to celebrate the love and generosity of adoptive families and to appreciate the work of those who help find and support permanent and loving families for children who are in protective care and cannot safely return home. And whereas Dallas County established its annual Adoption Month celebration in the year 2000 with the assistance of former Commissioner Mike Cantrell and continued with myself, Since its inception, more than 1,400 Dallas County children in foster care have been adopted by their forever families as part of a National Adoption Month. In fiscal year 2023, 194 Dallas County children in state protective care were adopted, and at year end, 1,207 Dallas County children remained in protective care. And whereas the average length of time in placement for children adopted by non-relatives remained in the fiscal year 2021 level of 32 months, up from 27 months in fiscal year 2019. And whereas nationally the wait time for a child in foster care to be adopted averages nearly 3 years, but there are more than 20,000 children who age out of the foster care system nationally every year with no family or permanent home. And whereas the Dallas County Adoption Preparation Unit works to select adoptive families and prepare them and the children for the realities of adoption, profiles of children are broadcast on the Texas Adoption Rescue Exchange and featured on Wednesday's Child. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Dallas County, do hereby recognize and celebrate National Adoption Month. We appreciate the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services, and specifically the Dallas County Adoption Preparation Unit, Dallas CASA staff, and child advocates, and the courts who work to create permanency for children in foster care. Additionally, by working with policymakers, practitioners, and advocates to finalize adoptions and create and celebrate adoptive families. And I so move on this day in November.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none. All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chair's in the affirmative. Okay.
Thank you very much. And are there a couple of words that either Sophie or Kathleen would like to share with us?
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Kathleen Laval, CEO of Dallas CASA. Our mission is to protect children and restore childhood for child victims of abuse and neglect. For nearly 5 years, Dallas CASA has been able to accept 100% of court appointments to be able to serve children in pending child welfare cases, allowing us to serve more than 7,000 children over that time. And an average of 1,445 volunteers are actively assigned to Dallas County cases each and every year. One of the best ways I can emphasize why we should celebrate National Adoption Month is to recognize what happens with children who are not reunified, and especially teens who are not adopted, and instead age out of foster care. Recently published federal data specific to the state of Texas reports that 30% of young people exiting foster care are homeless at age 19, and another 20% are not homeless only because they are incarcerated. In other words, 50% of young people in Texas exiting out of the system are either homeless or incarcerated at age 19. We can and must do better. One way Dallas CASA is trying to lower the census of young people aging out without being adopted is by dedicating even more resources to the process of identifying and locating relatives and fictive kin. We know children experience better outcomes when they are connected with relatives because they have a sense of experiencing that belonging and of having that cultural and familial connection. Even if adoption is not an option, perhaps the relative we identify can assume legal guardianship or be that someone a person calls when they have a flat tire or experience some other challenge, so that another young adult doesn't end up homeless or in prison. One of the most significant and promising new ways Dallas CASA is trying to move the needle is through this year's launch of a program we call Exit Up, with the U and the P in UP standing for Unlimited Potential. Our CASA volunteers already have caring connections with young people we are assigned to serve. But then what happens when the child welfare case closes? Well, we've discovered that many of those caring connections continue with the volunteers transitioning to more of a mentor or even a safety net role. Someone you call during those times of transition or distress, or when that unexpected emergency occurs. Exit Up offers support, structure, and training to strengthen an ongoing voluntary relationship with a caring grown-up, where a foundation of trust already exists. Through private funding, the program also offers direct financial resources to young adults to help with non-recurring expenses that create a barrier to a successful transition to adulthood. Taking care of that last month's rent that a young person can't afford to pay up front, even when their monthly rent is manageable, can make a huge difference. Knowing what we know about the heightened risks to young people when aging out of the system makes us even more grateful for those who build or expand their families through adoption. Thank you for recognizing and helping our community celebrate National Adoption Month, and we look forward to returning to our traditional National Adoption Day celebration in 2024. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Any comment?
Morning, Commissioner. Just a few remarks. I'm Sophie Phillips, Chair of the Dallas County Child Welfare Board, and I just want to thank you for all of your generous support for those families who are in custody of CPS, and through your generous support, you guys support about 50 caseworkers locally for CPS, primarily those that are taking care of kids in what we call family-based safety services, where families are working services to keep their kids at home before, hopefully, an adoption is needed. So we are very grateful. And we still have a lot of work to do, but we are thankful that we get to work alongside CASA and other community partners. So thank you.
Is there another, Commissioner Danny, is there another peer county that funds as many caseworkers as does Dallas County?
It's a great question. There are other counties that do put funding in to support their local CPS caseworkers. I don't know if Dallas is the largest, but I would suspect it is.
Yeah, with 53, that's a significant number, and I
Well,
understand.
it is. That's what I ask.
Yeah. The state is looking at some of those investment of funds and evaluating how that's going to look. So we're watching it very carefully to see, in fact, where the supports that the investments that we offer and how they can be best used with the state rearranging things.
Yeah, don't hold your breath. The state had this overabundance of funds this year. And if they wanted to do something about it, there are a myriad of things they could have addressed. And so that's the reason, and I was on this court, that's the reason that this court stepped up. When you made your plea, stepped up and funded over a period of time those caseworkers. And that's the reason I want to continue to put on the record, Dallas County has done this. And I don't think any peer county is even close.
And thank you very much, because if you've been around me, you know that there are two rules that I go by. The first is we don't do anything by ourselves, and it's partners like the organizations that both of you are involved with that do make a difference and do continue our monitoring and our fight to keep the kids, and they are still kids, on a productive path. So thank you very much for taking time out of your day to be here and share your thoughts and your experiences that you have.
Thank you. It's on you.
All right.
Go back to yours.
And I have the next resolution, and it looks like an insanely long one. Will Sonia Hughes, Miranda Grant, and any other sub-recipients please come forward? There you go. All right, and the resolution reads as follows. Whereas World AIDS Day, observed each year on December 1st, is an annual event that serves as a reminder of the global struggle to end HIV-related stigma, an opportunity to honor those we have lost, and a rallying cry to committing to working towards a day when HIV is no longer a public health threat. And whereas this year's theme is World AIDS Day 35, Remember and Commit. The theme pays tribute to those we have lost to HIV/AIDS. The impact of this epidemic has been profound, affecting individuals, families, and entire communities across the globe. Remembering the lives lost not only honors their memory, but also underscores the critical need for an unwavering commitment to ending the HIV epidemic. And whereas, since the 1990s, the number of people who have been diagnosed with HIV each year has started to decline. CDC estimates show new HIV acquisitions declined 12% from 2017 to 2021, with approximately 32,100 new cases in 2021. Despite this trend, certain vulnerable populations, including African Americans, Latinos, and gay and bisexual men of all races and ethnicities, continue to bear a disproportionate burden of HIV. And whereas approximately 1.2 million people are living with HIV in the United States, and about 13% are unaware of their status and need testing. And whereas in 2022, 17 people were living with HIV in Dallas County, representing an increase of 5% since 2020. While new HIV diagnosis in Dallas County remains stable, 57% of new HIV diagnoses were in persons less than 35 years of age, and 43% of persons newly diagnosed were African American. And whereas Ryan White HIV/AIDS program funding encourages the scaling up of comprehensive services, including biomedical and structural interventions, this concerted effort aims to ensure equitable access to programs and necessary protections for all individuals living with or at risk of contracting HIV, especially those belonging to disenfranchised populations. And whereas the Dallas County Health and Human Services Ryan White Grants Management Division administers over $31 million in federal and state HIV/AIDS grants, including funds from Ryan White Part A, B, C, Ryan White Minority AIDS Initiative, State Services, and Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS, or HOPWA. This funding allows eligible persons living with HIV/AIDS throughout a 12-county area of Collin, Cook, Dallas, Denton, Ellis, Fannin, Grayson, Henderson, Hunt, Kaufman, Navarro, and Rockwall to access comprehensive medical and dental care, supportive services, and housing. And whereas Dallas County Health and Human Services Ryan White Grant Management Division works closely with 9 subrecipients, agencies that diligently serve people living with HIV. Without the commitment and resiliency of the Ryan White service providers, many individuals living with HIV would face significant challenges accessing health care and resources needed to manage their health and well-being effectively. Whereas since 1986, AIDS Healthcare Foundation and its affiliate Access and Information Network have worked to offer hope and to create a world without HIV/AIDS through a network of medical clinics, pharmacies, thrift stores, and strategic partnerships. Currently, they serve more than 2,000 persons living with HIV and have helped educate more than 14,000 people who are at risk. And whereas AIDS Services of Dallas has provided persons living with HIV affordable housing for more than 30 years. ASD provides over 200 men, women, and children with affordable housing, meals, medical case management, and transportation. Whereas since 1991, the Cali Clinic has been the sole agency for Texoma residents impacted by HIV and AIDS, providing medical care, testing, case management, and support services. Cali Clinic strives to create an atmosphere full of warmth, care, and free of stigma or judgment. And whereas Health Services of North Texas, HSNT, has served the North Texas community since 1988, HSNT provides comprehensive care for people living with HIV, from testing to medical management and behavioral health services Additionally, HSNT provides services for PrEP to help reduce the risk of getting HIV. And whereas for over 30 years, Legacy Cares has provided quality mental health care, substance abuse treatment, and special care housing services for people with HIV, Legacy Care annually hosts the Grace Project, the largest conference for women with HIV, which has a network of over 200 women. And whereas the Legal Hospice of Texas was established in 1989 as a pro bono legal clinic for those living with HIV/AIDS, and continues to serve people living with HIV through the help of estate planning, insurance, housing, credit counseling, and public benefits such as Social Security. And whereas the Public HIV Services Department people in the Dallas area living with HIV, through patient-centered care, education, and research, Parkland aims to optimize outcomes for all people living with HIV, works to decrease the number of new HIV cases, and eliminate discrimination. And whereas for the past 35 years, Prism Health of North Texas has served a critical role in connecting people with HIV to care and services in the North Texas area. PHNTX has evolved into a nationally recognized leader in delivering high-quality HIV and sexual health services, recently adding oral health care as a service. Roughly 30% of people living with HIV in North Texas receive medical care and support at one of their 4 health centers. Whereas since 1985, Resource Center has provided programs of interest to LGBTQIA+ community members and critical assistance to people living with HIV and AIDS to their families. Services include community awareness and prevention, education, legal services, a food pantry, clothing, household goods, and emergency funding. One of the largest of its kind, Resource Center provides services to more than 62,000 people annually. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court, with its focus on public health, does hereby recognize December as HIV Awareness Month, December 1st as World AIDS Day, and encourages everyone to know their status. And I so move. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. We know it was a mouthful, but we definitely
That was the longest one I think ever. That
we
was long.
definitely wanted to recognize all of our subrecipient agencies and the great work that they do.
Sonia, introduce yourself for the
yes,
record.
sorry. I'm Sonia Hughes, and I'm the Assistant Director for the Ryan White Program at Dallas County Health and Human Services. And so before I share a few comments, I know we have one of our subrecipient agencies here, so I would like for her to share first. So please introduce yourself and your agency.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is January Fox. I am with Prism Health North Texas, and we really appreciate y'all recognizing today. We're 35 years in today, but the fight is absolutely not over. Just this year, we have seen us become a federal target again for HIV funding for Ryan White, for housing opportunities for people with AIDS, and for our Ending the HIV Epidemic funds that we receive through the county via federal funding. So the fight is not over. We ask for your continued support, and thank you for today.
Thank you so much, January. So yeah, just in sharing a few comments about World AIDS Day. As we commemorate this day, we come together not just to remember the journey that we've walked, but to celebrate the extraordinary efforts, so many that started here in Dallas, and really want to recognize our subrecipient agencies that have been at the forefront of the battle for the past 4 decades. This unwavering commitment to providing compassionate care and supportive services to those affected has been nothing short of remarkable. Their work has been a testament to the power of compassion and the resilience of the human spirit. They've shattered barriers, fought stigma, and championed inclusivity, ensuring that every person affected by HIV and their families receive the care and support that they deserve, regardless of their race, gender, or socioeconomic status. However, we have to take a moment to acknowledge the tremendous progress we've made together. This proclamation reminds us that our journey is not yet complete. There's still much more to be done. And as we try to strengthen our efforts and continue to push forward, ultimately trying to reach our goal of an HIV AIDS-free world. We want World AIDS Day not to only be about remembrance, but a call to action. So let's stand in solidarity with these incredible agencies, reaffirming our commitment to the cause, rekindling the flame of hope, and hopefully guiding us to a healthier future for all, regardless of any socioeconomic disparity or other. So definitely thank you to our subrecipient agencies. The partnership that we have with them is amazing. We would not be able to do any of the work without them. And again, continue to support one another as we try to reach our shared vision. Unfortunately, Miranda Grant, our Ending the HIV Epidemic Program Manager, is out sick, but in definitely recognizing the subrecipient agencies that we support through that effort. And lastly, thanking the Ryan White team for sure, as the tremendous growth and progress we made.
Can you introduce them for us?
Yes, of course. And then John as well, our Ryan White Planning Council co-chair. So Wanda, you want to introduce yourself? Oh, Wanda, she's being shy, but Wanda is the grants manager of our fiscal team in the Ryan White Grants Management Division. Naraya Webster.
Yeah, I'll introduce
She's
myself.
not so
Naraya
shy.
Webster. I'm the senior program monitor for the Ryan White.
Yes, and then last but definitely not least is John, would you like to introduce yourself and share a little bit about the Planning Council?
Well, I'm John Dornheim, the Vice Chair of the Planning Council and an employee of Ryan White, which I'm very proud of after more than a year. But I want to kind of end this on a positive note because we look at the number of people who are, depends on what you look at, survivors, the term has changed a lot, but people who are living with HIV, and right now 53% of the people in Dallas County living with HIV are 50 years or older. And in the next 10 or 15 years, that number is going to go to 70%. So what we've got is people living longer because of the great care and the medications they're on. So to me, that's a great step forward.
What's the demographic, though?
The demographic, as far as, well, you're right, the demographic is more toward people who are white because most of them, young white males, were the ones 30 years ago who contracted. So yes, but we're also looking at, reaching everyone so that everyone has that. Because right now, they're saying that the lifespan of somebody who's HIV positive is 1 year less than somebody who's not. And that's overall.
And so, Sonia, I guess I'd ask you, how do you target your communities in terms of African American, Hispanic, and Anglo? Judge talked about that whole resource center, and most of us have been around. We know where it was born. What about those populations that are African American and Hispanic?
That have trouble accessing services, especially Latinos that do not speak English.
Oh, definitely. And one strategy that we will be implementing soon in our RFP, because service delivery has to be, rebidded this year in '24, is for the Minority AIDS Initiative funding that we receive from HRSA, is specifically looking at interventions, not just in those serving that population, but how can we truly engage them and implement a patient-centered care environment. But currently, as a requirement, all agencies that are serving clients that are non-English speakers have to be able to communicate with that client in their native language. And so we do fund things like linguistic services as well.
Can you send us some of those numbers?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Thank you all again for the acknowledgement of the work of all of our subrecipient agencies. Definitely want to thank our Dallas County HHS leadership, Dr. Wong and Ganesh Shivermeyer as well. So thank you again.
Thank you,
Thank
Sonia.
you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I also have the next resolution, and I want to read this into the record as to why this is being put forth into a resolution after previously being passed as a court order. And this is from our chief of the civil section, Barbara Nicholas. The grant was already approved and is not a new application. It was Court Order 2023-1015. And a resolution signed by the county judge was submitted for this grant. However, an issue has arisen with the Office of Attorney General rejecting the signed resolution previously provided because it is signed by the county judge. Thus, the resolution is being submitted to comply with the OAG requirements. Their new requirement is that everyone sign it. The issue arose here because it's just whatever's on the script. Okay, is that enough? You want me to just read the resolution?
I think what you said is enough. That email
That's
was
enough, okay.
internal email.
I'll now read the resolved clause only. Be it resolved and ordered that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby approve the submission of the grant application to the Criminal Justice Division, Office of Governor, and authorizes the county judge to sign all related documents regarding the submission, amendment, and termination of the grant application, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Next, we have presentations.
Yeah, he's gonna pull it up.
Okay.
No, it's no problem. We got.
Screw it up again. Mine works.
I'm looking at this language. The issue is, I don't know why this language is in this order. The issue is they needed the Commissioner's Court to sign this
Yes.
order, not the county judge.
Not, well, I know, but
I think I said
but are we gonna do it in a resolution form, or do we need to do the?
You could do it in a resolution, but it says the county judge must sign all documents. They don't want the county judge is the authorized individual under the grant, so he cannot sign the document. They want it signed by all the
Right,
commissioners.
no, we understood that. I just wanna make sure we can.
Oh, was I didn't sign that one or something?
No, you signed it, Judge. We all got to sign it. I get it. I get it.
Apparently, you're the only one not allowed to sign it.
This is standard practice for CJD. You guys do this all the time.
Yeah.
Yes, Judge, you need your 4 colleagues in this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no one could read your handwriting. That was the problem.
All right, good deal. Let's all sign that and get our free money.
No problem.
Oh, it passed, motioned and passed, so all we gotta do is get a resolution, well, I'll sign it, and we'll submit it. Okay, that's it. Okay, thank you, Judge. We're done on motion to suspend, but I do want to begin with election review. I have on for the docket, and because there are numerous speakers signed up.
Oh, yeah, let me read the rules. You want them first?
Yes, sir.
All right, will the bailiff please read the rules of the quorum for our public speakers? Back there, somewhere.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna get in my presentation, but I want him to go ahead on and read them.
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all
They did
calls
try to
shall
sign
be
up on time.
observance of time constraint. Disruptive visitors and unregistered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you,
All right,
Judge.
so if you are here for me now,
But Judge,
if you're here to speak
Go
on
ahead.
another matter, we'll hear from you later.
thank you, Judge. And thank you, Judge. Thank you, Marshall. The presentation, I think we all probably received it yesterday in civil service. One of my colleagues began to journey down the road to speak about it. And not only did I, but Mr. Stu from the DA's office cautioned that she would not be able to pursue that. And I told her I did have it on because of the myriad of concerns that I have from people who service our elections, and the fact that here we are years later, still dealing with a very convoluted, and that's my definition, process. We have not had a clean election. And when I say clear, let me back up. I shouldn't say clean. We have not had an election that has not been fraught with real challenges for the last several years. As we speak right now, I am unaware, first of all, if the election workers have been paid. Have we made that transfer? And it was elections who bundled the wrong code. I'm aware, Mr. Stefano.
Yesterday afternoon, we received a call. The code was not correct, the funding source was not correct, so the manager decided to review it overnight. Because of that, it was delayed. But just a few minutes ago, I was informed, I'm in the process of confirming ADP is paid.
I didn't understand that.
Well, let me explain what's going on. And I appreciate the auditor's office. What has happened is elections transfer the wrong dadgum code. And they could not pay from that code. They basically, as the judge would use the word, messed it up. So they have worked to make sure that we got the right code. The code is now ADP. And there's just a long history here, Commissioner, and I guess I get so upset because there have been various methods of calling themselves trying to compensate these individuals who have worked diligently for elections. We gave them, at first we were on the card system, and the card system they had difficulty negotiating or navigating. And then we gave them a check. The problem was the check was post-dated, and they did not know that until they showed up out at.
It was a different election.
Huh?
Those are different elections.
I understand, but I got cards problems still today because the cards are not funded. But no, that was this election. No, Judge, that was this election. We gave them checks.
Is that right? We gave people post-dated checks again?
Sure we did.
Is that the early election judges?
But not to everybody, right, Commissioner?
Well, not to everybody. Some of them got cards.
That's the problem.
Let me ask a couple of questions. So the ADP, that would be the election day workers?
Yes.
Okay. So did we give post-dated checks to?
They haven't come forward since Mr. Scarpello. They didn't.
Hang on. Let me ask Veronica first.
Okay.
Then we'll hear from Daphne.
She doesn't know.
You don't know.
No. The post-dated checks. This election. No, it wasn't you guys. It wasn't you guys. It wasn't. Let me make it clear. It wasn't our staff.
Right, checks.
But no, ADP. They wrote checks, and they showed up. They appeared at the elections office, and they appeared at the election office. Elections didn't know. I give them credit. They were handing out checks. Now, when some of the workers opened the check, they're at election.
Early polling place.
Yeah, that was early voting worker.
Early voting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
When they opened the checks, they were post-dated.
Why?
Well, because it had.
Good question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
We're probably
Manager said they did not know.
Who didn't know?
The
Who didn't
elections
know?
department did not know.
election,
They were
Until
post-dated.
Employee, early voting worker opened the check in front of them.
and that's when we found out that they were post-dated. Now, that particular person opened the check. The problem I am having is that a number of people got rides to Oklahoma, round table, whatever y'all call it, way the hell out there. They had to get a ride out there, and they got their check and came back and went to present it and found out it was post-dated. It just so happens this one gentleman who happened to open his check then called the office and says, why we have these dadgum post-dated checks?
And when was that? How post-dated were they?
Well, this is an ADP issue. Remember, we
No, it is,
we
but-
moved this over to ADP because of the issues we were having in the conversion from Oracle. So
They got 'em
it
well.
took the load off of our payroll people and
Hey
have
guys,
elections.
pay attention to what Mr. Martin is saying, because he's saying what happened.
To have elections.
Mr. Martin, can you repeat it?
Sure,
So we
sure.
all hear
Remember,
the same
because
thing.
of the confusion we was having with the Oracle conversion,
Mm-hmm.
we decided we'd move elections payroll to ADP. All of elections payroll to ADP. In the past, we just had it for early voting, but we decided we have it for early voting and election day. So we're paying ADP to provide payroll services for us. So if something's going on, we need to know because we're paying for that service. So
Well,
Then where did the decision, well, where was the decision made to delay the date? And I think that
That
Mr.
has to be-
Scarpello is online too. if we
that
want to-
has to be an ADP issue. We don't make those decisions.
I don't want to hear from him online. Hell, he knew it was set
Control.
for today. He knew it was set. It was on. I posted it. I posted timely under the Open Meetings Act, and he sent an email that said he would not be here. That he's preparing for a joint
Mr.
election. all this-
Scarpello is online.
I know. That's what I just got through saying. But my point is, I posted it, and we've got people who are here, people who signed.
Hear from all of them, but I'd like to know what happened with their money. Mr. Scarpello, can you tell us what you know?
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
He has to show us.
Okay.
There it is.
Well, I just know originally it was a debit card. We were told by email, everyone received their money on debit card on the
that's not right.
17th or 10th. Then
Well,
what happened, something happened,
I mean,
and then
how
all of a
some
sudden it
use.
switched to direct deposit to the checks. Then the direct deposit didn't work, then they end up overnighting a paper check for everyone. And the paper check was what was post-dated,
And this was for early voting?
early voting workers,
Yeah,
yes.
it keeps.
So they
Scarpello,
told them to
that's right.
ignore the debit card.
Mr. Scarpello.
Mr.
did
Scarpello, you're
did
muted.
Are you unmuted yet?
Been muted.
Mike, say something so we can see if your voice is working.
He's saying something.
No, we can't hear you.
I know it. That gummit, that's God in a.
Commissioner, I just reached out to Melissa Kuba to ask her why. The Friday when the employees picked up the checks was Veterans Day. The banks were closed.
Okay.
ADP was not open because it's a banking holiday, and they did not process the payroll on Friday. The checks were dated for the following Monday. That's what happened.
Okay,
But here we are today, and they still haven't been paid.
But couldn't you go to check
Yes, the
cashing?
election day workers haven't been paid.
So the
This time
banks-
with the early voting, I'm sorry.
People shouldn't do this because they rip you off. But if I really want my money and you give me a check on Friday, can I not go to a check cashing place that has a check cashing side hustle like a payday lender or some other dirtbag organization?
And they would charge,
Theoretically.
And I agree with
they
you.
would charge you a fee, but
Not gonna
yeah.
get your full
But-
check.
but a
back.
lot of them
I'm
have
not
been
saying
doing
you
that.
should do that, but I'm saying when you give somebody a check just because it's a banking holiday, it doesn't mean they can't cash it, right?
Well, it was post-dated to the following Monday.
Well,
Monday.
But
yeah,
that's
that-
3
well,
days,
that's
right?
but yeah,
3
that's what he's saying.
Okay,
He's
so
saying,
Monday,
why
yeah.
did they post date the dadgum check? See, and that's what I'm saying. This has been a cluster all along.
Yeah.
I mean, everything. I mean, it's, and that's where I'm beginning. I'm beginning because a lot of people still, as of this moment, have not been paid.
And we've been saying it all along, but
wait,
we
they
have a
haven't,
company that we're paying to do this.
Supposed
Where
check
is
that's
this
now-
company? I mean, you want to come to our employees, to our vendors? I mean, we have the same big issues on our side,
And we
not
need-
only on elections.
And we need to be addressing this with ADP. I wasn't aware of this, and maybe Mr. Scarpello can share. We
But-
weren't
but-
aware.
Can
but-
you unmute?
But
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you now.
Hear you.
Tell us what
Okay,
elections knows
Sure.
about this, because here's what I
A little bit more volume, Mr. Scarpello. We hear you very
could have
loud.
had his ass here in
Let
person.
me make sure I've got where we are so far. ADP wrote post-dated checks that would not have been good until Monday. However, the elections department sent the wrong code over, so the money is just in the account to actually make the checks good.
Two separate issues.
Two issues,
Two
yeah.
separed issues.
Two separate
Okay.
issues, yeah. One is for
Post-dated
early
checks,
voting. It's for
the
early
post-dated
voting.
checks were for early voting workers.
Right.
But
What is the
once
date?
Monday rolled around, was there already money in the bank?
Judge, if I can answer the question, Judge.
Sure.
Yeah.
No.
The
So-
issue of the The post-dated checks were early voting workers.
Okay.
The issue of the wrong code we're talking about are for people who work election day who have not been paid as we're speaking now, because the wrong code was provided to the auditor's office. That's been corrected this morning. As per Ms. Medrano, it's going to be funded today. So election workers who work election day will be paid today. The issue talking about post-dated checks were early voting people.
Have they cleared? Had the post-dated checks cleared?
Yes, they were dated for the 13th of November, Commissioner. So
Well,
I'm
it's
assuming,
my understanding that they still were not, were they funded?
If I could add some perspective and some clarity to this, if I could.
If you
Judge?
don't hear, you could have.
Okay, so let's put some perspective here. So first off, we know that we had a antiquated hand-based system for doing payroll for years. We converted that to a digital system that reduced the pay time from 3 to 4 weeks down to 10 days in the June election and 10 days in the May election, 7 days in the June election. This election, 14 days. So we've cut our time in half for election day payroll. For early voting, we know that the county had a disaster when it came to paying a whole bunch of people. And at the last minute, the elections department was asked, and rightfully so, to convert our early voting workers to the same ADP system that is much faster and more timely. We did that at the last minute in my staff in a heroic fashion, frankly, to get that done in time at the last minute. And those people were paid, or that were processed properly. And in the end, ADP, our vendor, cut checks rather than funding cards and doing it like we do our election day payroll. Why we did that, why they did that, we need to find out.
Right. So,
in addition to that, when they funded those checks, because they were not open on Friday because it was a holiday, they were funded on Monday. So a lot of hand wringing about a weekend of wait, but nonetheless, they were still paid much faster than they normally would have been. So, I think this is frankly much to do about nothing.
You got a lot of nerve. Just because it did not affect your payroll, those people were depending on that money. When they got that check, they had been working 2 weeks. They expected it to be funded.
Yeah, let me ask you a couple of questions.
Because this was the first time that early voting workers were paid with this ADP system. Before, they were paid when we were paid, direct deposit. So they were considered county employees because of that. This is the first time this happened with the early voting workers, period.
I still don't understand why we would post-date a check. Why,
Right,
Mr.
that's-
Scarpello, why did we post-date a check?
Or did ADP do that without us?
ADP did that, and we'll have to find out why they
We
did
don't
that.
want to do that anymore. Because here's the issue, right? And let's say I live in Cedar Hill, and I'm either going to drive, or maybe I'm an older person. I don't have a car. I don't drive anymore. I've got to get somebody to drive me. In traffic, that could be a 50-minute trip to our establishment to Round Top and the Round Table, and then going home could be another 50 minutes, right? So I'm out nearly 2 hours, and then I've got a check that I can't cash, right? So
you
if I
Ubered.
wasn't going to get paid till Monday,
and you Ubered,
or I could have Ubered if I didn't have a relative, and then I can't get paid till Monday. Well, I would have rather dealt with this had you mail it, or dealt with it by, and I'm not, it's an ADP issue, but I would rather have dealt with it. Maybe I want to go on Monday, maybe I want you to mail it to me, but I didn't have that option because I thought that I had money coming to me, and me and my kid or whoever it is got me there. We spent the better part of a half a day, on this, and don't have any money. So I'm not saying it's somebody at election's fault, but that's a really bad thing that we need to get fixed, because we can't have that happen anymore.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone, the fact that there should have never been checks issued to begin with. They should have been funded the normal way, which the normal way is they can get their money on their cards, one option. Number two option, they come there with 2 checks that they can write to themselves, or the third option is that they can do direct deposit. And so that's the normal way it should be done. They shouldn't have ever been issued checks to begin with, and we'll have to take that up with ADP.
But let me ask you this, just so that we understand it. Everybody was issued checks, or just a few of the early voting judges?
All the early voting people were issued checks.
Yeah.
Have all early vote people received their checks by this time?
Yes.
Mr. Heichel, what have you done about this?
Specifically what? I mean, not,
About ADT?
I'm sorry?
About ADT, you knew these problems were coming.
Commissioner, I don't,
Really didn't know.
no, I didn't know anything about these problems until yesterday on my way home when I got a call from Melissa Kuba that the election day workers were not paid because of a mistake in the code. I immediately got in touch with Dr. Watkins, and that's been rectified. This issue concerning the early voters, again, I don't work with
this
election.
before here.
I'm sorry?
We have talked about this issue before. We have talked
What
about
issue?
this company, ADT, and the problems that we have with early voting judges.
But this is elections.
Yes, I'm not.
I mean, this is not new.
But Commissioner, if I could, I will say that I got to give ADP a lot of credit. ADP, for both our election day and our early voting people, they've come in at the last minute and implemented something in weeks that would normally take months. And so if they've hit a bump or two in the road, that's fine. But for the most part, they've performed pretty well.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree that ADP's performed well, but also I would agree that it's just not acceptable for them to post a, maybe it was a mistake. I don't know if this is the way they do business, but that's just not acceptable to post 8 checks and tell people that there is or have us tell people, because we don't know they're post-dated, that your check is here and they think they can get their money, and they go all the way up there and they can't get their money.
Well,
if their position is, they should have the checks ready on a Monday.
Yeah,
but still mail them.
But so, and that's just the beginning, because there are a number of people who want to speak about it. I mean, we were inundated, and I understand that. And when I talk about the individual who, I mean, I know folks who have automobiles, don't worry about having to drive, to Lower Oklahoma. But there are people who caught a ride and then get there, and they didn't open it right then. I guess they get back over here, and then all of a sudden, the check is post-dated.
And the reason being is because Mr. Scarpello's staff sent all the chiefs an email saying they will be paid today. Please come by 5 p.m. So we sent that out.
See, there's elections.
So we received that email.
Well, yeah, election sent that, but election sent that because they were told by ADP, here's your checks, get people to come get them. And like you said, they didn't know they were post.
Yeah, but who's over the contract?
We pay for this service. We need a response from ADP.
Right, because
we
where's
will
our
deal with
communication
ADP
with
on
ADP and allowing them to make an overall decision that's going to impact people providing service for Dallas County?
Right.
Who's the point on this that's going to inform us who screwed up? Who's going to do that? Is that you, Mr. Heichel?
Commissioner, yeah, I'll check with, I work with Mr. Frost and ADP. But I want you to keep in mind, this contract with ADP, you approved this contract on October 3rd.
Uh-huh.
And we asked this vendor to turn around a process that normally takes weeks. We were told 6 to 8 weeks, and we pleaded with them to please circumvent whatever needs to be done to pay them in less than that time. And they were able to get this done in 3 weeks. It's supposed to normally 6 weeks. Now, I will confirm with them to find out, ask Mr. Frost to help me, why did we post-date the checks? What was the rationale behind that? Besides the fact that it was a bank holiday, was there more to it than that?
But that doesn't make a damn. It ain't like we're broke. Right. I mean, they're gonna get their money. Come on,
Commissioner.
I hear you. I don't want you making excuses for them. And and I still say, and I'm just starting with this whole election stuff. But that the pay is critical. It's difficult enough to get people to work. Some of these individuals have been with us. They have reliance on these funds. And it's not for us to have the kind of arrogance to say, well, they used to get paid in 2 or 3 weeks.
On the other hand, Mr. Heichel, what I understand everybody saying is that it would have been worse if it would have come to us. Because we have the same issues on the Dallas County side, or probably worse.
But we knew
But
that.
let him answer, Ms. Commissioner. So with,
Commissioners,
with these, as bad as it was better than coming through the county. That's what you just
That
said.
doesn't make any difference.
Commissioner, can
in
you,
the- in the fact
Commissioner,
that our
Commissioner,
people worker-
can you let him answer?
Commissioners, we're talking about, as Mrs. Scarpello said, a historical problem that we've had that continues, as Commissioner Price is pointing out, okay? But what I'm asking you to appreciate is this, that this vendor stepped up to the plate and did in 3 weeks what normally would have taken them 6 weeks. And history has shown us that when we do it ourselves, we don't do as good job as ADP has. Now, are there some issues to be addressed? Absolutely. I might reach out to them and ask them why.
I agree with everything that you're saying, but just make sure that they understand
Yes, sir.
that if they have a reason to post-date people's checks, enlighten us as to what it is. Otherwise, don't ever do that again.
And I will ask them, why didn't they tell us that in advance before doing that? I will ask them those questions, yes.
There's never nothing legitimate.
I agree.
Damn them in the 3 weeks versus 6 weeks for post-dating the dadgum checks.
They'll hurt people.
Correct.
I can't even imagine the level of frustration. You go to the bank, you got your check, you need your check, you're depositing your check, and the bank says, what are you trying to do here? That it's post-date? What the hell? You know, I don't care if it was a bank holiday. I deposit money on holidays, weekends, Sundays, all the time.
Yeah, that's true
I'm not
with that-
expecting
with
my
that
check to
picture
go
thing,
bouncing.
They could deposit it that day.
I appreciate Commissioner Price's frustration and all these people. I agree. I want an answer from ADP why this
The money
happened.
wouldn't have been ready for it.
And please, Mr. Heichel, on that question, answer why they did this,
Right.
if they have any knowledge about the funds. Because as we know,
Correct.
I just want that answer. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, I hear that, but it's not as though been broken. Mr. Frost and I had this conversation about on something else funded. I know I can't talk about it. Out of staff. We got $9 million in the dadgum thing. We owe them $1 million. That's a whole nother thing. See, that's my point. It's not though Dallas County was broke. And these are people who have historically, we've been able to rely on, call on them. They perform around the country. People are having difficult time with election work. All our people are asking us to do is pay them. Pay them.
And that's our job, to do it rightly and on time. And I just want to apologize on behalf of Dallas County for their troubles that they have been going on, because there's no excuse. There's no excuse for right hand not knowing what left hand is doing and have a contractor that gets paid that does such a poor job. Thank you. Even when everybody agrees that it's a lot faster than Dallas County. So, thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner Price, and thank you all our election workers.
Yeah, well, since
You want speakers now?
you know, since he's here, since you know, payroll was just probably in atop the subject, and I don't know what the speakers want to speak. They want to talk about election, but everything from facility. I'm still upset about the dadgum. Like majority of the early voting and election day sites that, you know, we make arrangements for and reserve the space for and other activities, you know, on the calendar. It drives me nuts that, you know, we still messing with a formula that says on election day, and I'm gonna talk about my district. I don't know what's going on in others, but at one of the fourth or fifth largest voting for the last 6 or 7 years. And you make an allocation based on equipment and staff, that I'm gonna have 500 people show up and I get 1,500. Then you dispatch people who have no background. I have to get people out there that we know had the ability to help. I mean, people are standing in line. It's difficult enough to get people. And this was a constitutional election. I can't even imagine if it had not been. And so this whole thing of equipment, allocations, what the heck? This is not the first time we voiced this concern either. Okay? And then, of course, we talked about the allocation for the voting system. Some said 300 individuals. When I go into my district and I've got a small city that has 3 voting machines and allocations, and then I get the number 4 or 5 most voting center in the county. Out of the 60-something, they got the same allocation. That's just unacceptable. Insufficient staff. This whole thing about, well, I saw that deal this morning. All of this, there's the payroll way over there. But, we've got, a number of issues in terms of training skilled workers or locate voters in our system. I understand that there's funding for some real training that we are lacking. Chapter 19 funds defray the cost of the county's voter registration expenses, and just the explaining the roles of alternate judges. I mean, it was a clustered mess, and I don't know why we keep trying to say, well, and this wasn't even a major election. What was the percentage turnout?
11.
11%. This wasn't even a major. Tell me when we've had, since the present administration has been here, tell me when we've had a major election. We've jacked up city council. I've had council problems in my district. We jacked up the city's election. But when we got people who will open the polls, be there, perform, well, we can't even get them paid. Unacceptable.
We have been having this issue.
Well, we haven't been having all of these issues. No, we have not.
Yes, we have.
We have not.
And here in Dallas County, too.
We have not been having all of these issues.
It's a matter of,
coordination,
communication, and more importantly,
we have not had this kind of major concern.
It has been
Tell
here.
me, maybe in your district, but in my district, I have never had the issue with polling places opening late. I've never had the problem with my election workers being there. I haven't had that problem, and a lot of them are here today. And of course, not only that, my appointee is here. So that call so that they don't have to listen to the rest of this stuff.
Yeah, and I'm going to call those who are speakers on election matters. You're more than welcome to stay after you speak. You don't have to stay after you speak. And then we do have one speaker on something other than elections, on a foreclosure, and we will hear from that person at the end of court, where we normally hear from speakers. The reason we're hearing from the election speakers now is that issue is on our agenda as a presentation. And our first speaker is Connie Cook from Cedar Hill. And Ms. Cook, just state your name, and there's a little clock up here when you start talking. When it gets to the end, just finish your thought.
Address.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
And your address, Ms. Cook. Please.
My address is 933 Sleepy Hollow Drive, Cedar Hill, Texas, 75104.
Thank you, ma'am. Proceed.
I served as a judge for early voting and election day. One of our major concerns during both of those election cycles was aging equipment. Our equipment does not function consistently, dependably. When we have a problem, we have to call the judge's hotline. That's fine. There should be a record of work that's being done. We cannot replace our equipment quickly. It must come from the warehouse down in Round Table. We were told during early voting and again by another inspector at election day that we cannot assist the inspectors, that we cannot switch out equipment, we cannot take out stuck ballots out of voting machines, and that we cannot straighten the ballot box. The box that receives the votes has a tendency, the votes, to curl up the side. When that happens, the machine starts rejecting ballots. When that happens, I start tracing, did these come from this printer, that printer, that printer? Because I want to know if it's a printer problem. If it hasn't been a printer problem, if it's an assortment comes from every single printer, it's the ballot box. I've been instructed that even though I have keys to that ballot box, I am not to open it, straighten out the ballots, close it back up, lock it again, put it back in the machine, tabulating machine, and continue on with voting. And then I have voters lined up that have no confidence. Well, what's wrong? Well, is my vote going to count? These are quite natural questions. And we had them consistently. I frankly did it and then decided to ask for forgiveness later, which I'm asking for today, because it is a long way to round table. We had a lot of misinformation from the judge's hotline. When we would call that in, we would say, we notice that we are told in early voting to send damaged ballots back in our case every day, but we keep a log of them with their numbers and the person, if there was a person, what happened. So we're separating the actual ballot from the form. Do you want us to do that? We were told no, keep the ballot, ruined ballot with the form. The next day, ballot board's on the phone to me. Where is your spoiled ballot? My assistant judge and I are laughing. We're saying we were told not to send it. We were told when we had that horrible IT connection problem where we could not get our EPBs to find voters that showed up with their blue valid voter registration card. I'm sorry, I am very upset about this.
And the EPBs are your poll books, in the record, your poll books.
Right, the poll book could not find that voter. That voter sitting with ID, with a, do you know how embarrassing that is? I don't answer because frankly, we were terribly embarrassed. We would have machines that could not connect, find the voter. Most of the time, the delays were fairly small. They were a couple of minutes. Then we could succeed in searching again, finding the voter. The worst one I had was 55 minutes. I had a voter waiting while I searched for her for 55 minutes. I'm very upset about it. When I called Judge's Hotline and said, I know we're having some connection problems, the technician or the inspector's already informed me of this, what should I do? And they told me to vote the lady provisional. And I said, I can't vote the lady provisional. And the person on the other end of the judge's hotline saying to me, oh yes you can, and it'll be counted, it'll be reviewed by the board, and blah, 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 blah. And I finally was quiet. I said, obviously, we are on our own in this election.
How long have you been the election judge?
I think it's more than 10 years. We had paper books when I began.
I know.
All right,
So
thank you.
we had day after day after day in early voting where we could not find a voter that's standing there with their voter registration card. Once again, this is a terrible public face for this department. Terrible. I already cannot recruit judges. Every one of my clerks is outstanding. Experienced, should be judges. Wonderful judgment, wonderful customer service. They will not do it. They will not do it. They will not deal with these kinds of things.
Thank you very much.
We had to call 5 times to get more ballots on election day.
Yeah.
On election day, I was told I'm going to have 200 voters. I had 994.
Thank you. That's what we need. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your service. I know. But do you hear with that projection again? 200 voters. She has 900. DC3, 500 voters. They have 1,600. Duncanville, Lakeside, Friendship West, all had the same problem. And we had this problem the last time. We told them on these calculations that they did not hold water. And you just heard her say, she told 200, she had 900. And that is a cross, and again, District 3, as I said, I don't know what's happening in others, but every one of these, DC3, Cedar Hill, Friendship West, Duncanville, Lakeside, those are all, and let me tell you what the allocation was cited for, less than 200 voters. That was the prescription that came down, less than 200 voters. Less than 2. Thank you, Ms. Reed, for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook.
Our next speaker is Pastor Ron Bivens.
He's not here.
Ron Bivens, he's not online, right? Say he's not online, right?
No.
Okay. All right, our next speaker is Carla Reynolds Grogan. Is Carla Reynolds Grogan?
See Ms. Grogan.
Carla Reynolds Grogan. Our next speaker is Wheat Cynthia, and maybe that's backwards. Wheat Cynthia. I don't know. Our next speaker is William Woods. William Woods. Our last speaker on this, and then Commissioner Price said there might have been 2 more that have tried to sign up but didn't get on the list. Our last speaker on the list is A.D. Phillips. Come on up.
Pastor Phillips.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is A.D. Phillips. I live in Cedar Hill, Texas, 7529 King Street. I concur with my co-official judge. I had the opportunity to be at a new pole location at the Cedar Hill High School. There is some concern, speaking with the Chief Hawthorne, who's over the school security. He was not called in setting up this location. So we had security problems because it was at a school. Being a former employee of DISD working in security, I'm very serious about when it comes to security at our schools. So that's a note that we wanted to start looking at, Commissioner, as far as bringing in that chief there at that location. I'm hoping we keep that location because it was somewhat of a decent turnout with our voters. But as I'm listening to my co-judge on our e-polls, every morning I had problem with my e-polls. I couldn't clock in. As a judge, my name wasn't even on the e-poll. So I believe we are allocated for an hour and a half for setup. I had to wait 5 hours to get new e-polls. As a judge, I had to wait. I don't know if I got paid for it. I hope I did, but I love what I do. As well, Commissioner, I've been in your district for the last 10 years as a judge, and I enjoy what I do because it doesn't matter who you are, what you are. My concern is that the election is performed like it should be. I'm hearing something when you were saying extra training is going to be taking place. I hope it really does, to the fact that I'm having some alternate judges telling me they don't know how to do certain things. And my understanding, they're in training when I'm in training. And as well, if you all not coming out observing me, I don't need no alternate judge observing my job, because you all are trusting me to be the judge that y'all appointed me to be. So with those issues and concerns that I have, that we look at those e-polls. I heard Ms. Cook speak about how our ballots were getting jammed. That is true. True enough, the hotline got to know me personally because I was calling at least 10 times a day because of certain issues.
But did you get any better information?
At times, yes, it could be better. really. It could be a whole lot better. Like you were saying, we've been doing this too long to have these kind of problems. I'm proud of Dallas. I don't want to go anywhere else unless I go to heaven. But I don't want to go nowhere else but Dallas. I want to make Dallas to be the city it can be, is. Okay? So thank you
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, Pastor.
Ed. Thank you for the time.
Okay, now we have two other speakers who tried to sign up, but didn't make it.
tried to sign up there, and I thought I had my appointee, a doctor. Aren't you here? Did I see Dr. Levels? Okay. Anyway. You have to introduce yourself for the record, your address, please.
Good morning, Dallas County Commissioners. My address is 3334 Ridgemore Circle, Dallas, Texas, 75241.
And your name for the record?
I, Boatica W. Mathis, election judge for Vote Center 3062, come before you to say thank you for this opportunity to speak. Thank you, Commissioner Price, for my appointment. Thank you on behalf of Mother, my predecessor, who taught me throughout my 30-plus years involvement in this precinct-vote center to lead with God, fairness, honor, and respect. And I thank the lovely people who work with me and continue to work with me through each obstacle. Let me preface the following list by saying that I believe that most county employees are hardworking people who receive little credit for their efforts. But now, a few election day obstacles. 1, not having the proper equipment to do the job. There have been times when we did not have the electrical cords to connect the machines. Fortunately, one of my team came to the rescue. He provided cords from his personal collection because we never received the cords from the election department. We have also received broken equipment. 2, curbside voting is essential and should never go away. To assist our voters, we personally have purchased large umbrellas, carts, and any items necessary, like tents, to improve curbside voting. We have asked that the same equipment provided in early voting, tents, a vote machine on wheels, to be provided to us. I am asking now for the same equipment that is provided in early voting. Obstacles. Poll watchers and opposing parties assigned to our centers to cause chaos and disorder. Some work with us and others act as if we're under Jim Crow guidelines, standing over voters and election judges as if they are the ultimate authority. 4, wisely payment cards, a waste of taxpayers' dollars, when direct deposit was faster and more efficient. No one has time to run around town trying to find machines to accept the cards or losing your hard-earned money because you couldn't find that machine. Again, these are only a few obstacles. I am thankful for Vote Center 3062. I am thankful for the people who care to come there and vote. We had a 96-year-old man and his wife come to vote at the last election. That couple has been voting there since I was a little girl. In conclusion, may each of you have a blessed Thanksgiving.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderfully said.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You got your name and address, please.
My name is O.B. Mathis Jr.
Okay.
I live at 3346 Ridgemore Circle. And I've been a part of this process for about 20 years now. I recently signed up to be an alternate judge. I am a Republican voter. I'm not a traditional Republican voter. I vote for the best person for the job. That's the way I vote. That's the way I think all of Americans should vote. What I witnessed this last election it should never, ever take place at any vote center. You can't have a alternate judge, and that judge being an alternate judge also being a poll watcher. Those two jobs conflict with each other. And when my judge asked the alternate judge and poll watcher to step away so she can do the thing that she needs to do, and this guy would not do it. He's all up on her. This is not what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be there to help process this system, make it correct for everyone, make it easy for all of the voters, and make sure that all the information that is there at that vote center get to you guys. I understand some of us Republicans don't understand the process anymore. We're lost, but you guys gotta help us find a way. We gotta get better at this, all of us, or this country will be lost. The vote is vital, vital to this system. And everyone is equal to that task, everyone. We cannot allow different people and opinions to get into this system. I'm not supposed to tell you what to do at this place, even though you know it's wrong. If you know it's wrong, stand up and be what we call Americans. That's what we do. We stand up. We haven't been doing that in a long time. Let us all stand up and be American. We're not a Republican. We're not a Democrat. We are Americans. And we all need to share that responsibility. Help the other party do what's right. Help them to do what's right. Listen, my judge is also my wife. As a man, I will not let anyone, under no circumstances, disrespect my wife. I had to hold myself back to do no harm to this person for being irrespectful of my wife. We have a Democrat and a Republican House, but we respect one another. That's the way we supposed to be respecting one another as a Republican and a Democrat. Respect one another. And I thank God we all be able to help to do this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mathis.
Yeah.
It's okay.
All right.
What's Thanksgiving like at y'all's house? Okay, good.
And what's your name?
Good morning. My name is Elaine Campbell. I'm at 2700 Canton Street in Deep Ellum, and I'm an election judge for Election Day. At my voting center is V3012 Life in Deep Ellum, and I wanted to bring to the attention. This is specifically regarding the payment and the lack of communication. Actually, no communication to myself and my clerks regarding that. One of the things I did want to bring up was a quote that I have a long experience in IT and incident management, and effective communication is essential in major incident management. And that's what this is. It's a major incident. It did kind of upset me when Scarpello was patting himself on the back. I don't even know why, because there has been zero communication to myself and my clerks. Just to give you an example, so during my judge training, we were all told that the Wisely cards would be delivered on Election Day and accompanied by a sheriff, which was done in May, and that was done in May. And so that was what I expected. Well, Election Day, I found out that one clerk was told that I was supposed to have the cards, and another clerk was told that the cards would be mailed, but that she would get an option to have a check because that's what she wanted. So when the inspectors came, the inspector came and told us that there was a meeting this past Sunday and that all of that had been changed. They didn't know what the status of what the cards were. And so I called the judge hotline, and they told me that they would get payroll to call me back, which didn't happen. I sent a note over the e-poll book directly to payroll as a judge, asking them that question, because I told them I want to let my clerks know what to expect. I never got a response. So then when the inspector came back a third time, the inspector actually called the judge hotline and was told, oh, we'll call you back, and then that never happened. But then the inspector said that we would get the people who didn't have Wisely cards. I already had one from the May election. I still had mine. But people who didn't have them, they would be mailed that day. So we said, okay. So my clerks, to this day, November 21st, I already have my Wisely card, but there's still no payment that has been made. My clerks still have not received their Wisely card. One of my clerks called last week and was told by the elections department that they would send an email out explaining the situation. That has never happened. We have not received an email. I did hear someone say that payment would be made today, but I don't know to who. Is that early voters or is that election day voters?
That's election day. Yeah, I think that's election day is funny. Is that correct?
Because we still have not received an email, a phone call, a text, a direct message. We still have no idea what happened and what to expect. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Ms.
Ms. Campbell, Ms. Mathis, Ms. Cook, Pastor Phillips. Those were just a few. I'm trying to remember his name who appeared. Come on. Thank you. We want to thank you for your service. As I said, across this country, and I heard Ms. Cook say that, people, who have historically worked last 10, 12 years, they don't want to work. They don't want to put up with the other nonsense, much less Dallas County being part of the nonsense. That's this other stuff, and I understand what Matthew was talking about has a lot to do with, again, how we deal with the security, which was curtailed, along with the equipment. There's a lot. And that's what I'm saying. Elections, we shouldn't have a problem with equipment. We shouldn't have a problem with staff. We shouldn't, if traditionally, I'm looking at a presidential election, and traditionally you voted 12,000 people there, then send the equipment for 12,000 people. I don't mean that in a constitutional election or a city election, but this stuff about, we expected, I just told you how many, 200, you heard Ms. Cook talk about 200, and every one of them, she had 900, everybody else had 1,200, 1,500. It's unacceptable. Ms. Campbell, you didn't say anything about your equipment or anything, so, yes, I guess you did, but you beg your pardon? Second.
I'd have a problem with my equipment.
Okay, so how many people did
we had 135.
How many?
135 voters, which was higher than what was expected.
Okay.
So for us, we're pretty small.
But you're in Deep Ellum.
I'm in Deep Ellum.
In Canton, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, right.
And the cafe.
Yeah, a little different.
Coolest voting center
There
in
you
Dallas.
Okay, I'm not. You said that I did. Okay, Ms. Campbell, thank you.
I do have one question about the Wisely cards for my clerks. Will they get them today? Is there an ETA for that? Can I get an email or something? Can I contact someone to find out?
I've already sent an email to Ms. Kuba and Ms. Kirk, the elections department, to ask to communicate to the workers what the expectations for payment.
Okay.
Thank you. And in the future, communicate directly to Mr. Heichel. He's the liaison.
Hiker?
Yeah, Gordon Heichel, right there.
Oh, Hiker. Oh,
Ms. Campbell, if you need any help with that too, feel free to contact.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. I'm Carla Reynolds, 25 Antler Avenue, Dallas, Texas, 75217. I am the judge for Lancaster Veterans Memorial Library on early voting, and I am the judge for Rise Church on election day. Let's just start with dedicated pay days. Everybody gets paid on a dedicated day. Stop paying us when you feel like it. We were told we were going to get paid on the 10th. Then we got a post-dated check on the 10th that we had to take somewhere on the 13th. Now, this Wisely card situation, yes, they are showing up this week, as I was told. But see, we should have got paid when? The 17th for election day. We're going past too many days for paydays. The reason for us going to this was supposed to be expeditiously. This ain't expeditiously. Post-dated checks are unacceptable. No pay cards are provided by the person that's supposed to bring them. Now, Let me go to the Republican Party, the alternates. They're not trained. You send them to us in, as they say, I got to shadow you. I don't need no shadow. God gave me a shadow. I don't need another one. If they're not going to be trained like we are, I don't need one. You need to send them to class like I have to sit through 5 hours of class. And if there's anything new, I have to do it. The equipment errors from beginning to end. My numbers were never right. They never stayed up and running. I had to keep going over and reset and reset and reset. And then when I let go at the end of the day, the numbers still didn't match. I had to write a note to the ballot board. The judge hotline is very unprofessional. These people have a lack of knowledge. They don't know what to do. They are worthless. They put in a ticket and then we get no answers back. The tablecloths they sent us, they're filthy. Y'all don't know what the laundry service is? I took mine home when I did my setup and washed them because I would be embarrassed to put them on the table. Broken express vote machines, I had plenty. I kept having to change them out and change them out. They didn't send me no tables and chairs. Thank God the facility I was at had tables and chairs. Now, this new thing that I'm hearing, this co-judge thing, we tried that once before. Don't send me one because co-judge don't mean nothing to me. If I'm the judge in that building, that means I rule that building. I sign the paperwork. I do what's supposed to be done. Co-judge says to these people, oh, we just like you. I want to see what you doing. I want to do what you doing, which means they not going to do nothing. I don't need a co-judge. You can send me an alternate. They don't do nothing no way. I'll give them a spot and let them sit over there because they do nothing anyway. But you are not finna put no co-judge in my room. I'm sorry. That does not work for me. It is too much going on. We're getting ready to go into a presidential election. We do not need the drama, the fallout, and all of this about I'm shadowing you. Again, God gave me my shadow. Don't try to give me another one. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have a question. You said the numbers weren't right. What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is my EPO books did not match up to my tabulator. I had to rely on my tabulator to be, and my clerk's roster. I use them for my matchup. They all are supposed to be the same. The EPO books never caught up. The same with trying to put in time. And then you say, oh, use the EPO books to clock people in. Well, first of all, if we're supposed to be there at 5:30 in the morning and I get there at 5:20 and I still can't clock nobody in, what time do they get clocked in? Once they get clocked in, they go to lunch, they go, whatever. I clock them out, then I try to clock them back in. I can't. And then you send me on the day before some paper timesheets. Why? And you tell me, put everything on the paper timesheet. We're going to use that to clarify. What did we do all of this upgrade of the EPO books for if they were not going to be validated, if we could not use them? It's too much trouble. I'm sorry. I've been doing this too long.
How long you been doing it, Ms. Guy?
Look here, I've been working for Elections Department 25 years. I've been a judge 11. And trust and believe, I know how to be a judge. I don't need nobody to help me. I don't need that. I don't need that riding on my back. I don't need that asking me 450 questions, because if you went to school, you wouldn't have but one, and that's where do I sit. That's all you need.
Thank you, Ms. Guy. Thank you for your service, Ms. Guy.
Thank you, Ms. Carla.
Oh, excuse me. And them pens, them little pens that he bought and spent money for us to wear, you could have gave me a raise on my check. I don't care nothing about no pen. I got plenty of accolades. I don't need no pen.
All right, do we have any other speakers? Are there any other speakers on elections?
I think that's it on elections. As I said, Judge, we put it on we reduced all of these complaints, we've reduced to writing. We've generated them over, everything from the equipment to the so-called allocation to, of course, the payroll, which has been top of subject here. But as I said, this just didn't start. This has been happening for the last several years, and hoping with the new administration, we see a different direction. We had equipment, we sent equipment back, and as I said, who's tested? Ms. Mathis, they talked about, and I've heard that before. Where are the extension cords? Who's doing a checkoff of equipment that is put in those, are they camels? Are they still called camels? Okay. Who's doing a checkoff on the equipment on the camels? putting the equipment, checking the equipment, etc. It's been horrible. It's been horrible, and I've said it since the first election that they run, and I hear my colleagues say it hasn't always been this bad. I don't give a fat rat. It has not been this bad. I've been here through 5 election administrators. Everybody from Connie Drake. I know nobody gonna remember that but me.
I remember Connie Drake.
Okay, Connie Drake, Bruce Sherbert. We came through Tawny. And well, I understand. But even yeah. So all I'm saying is I've been here through all of this. I've never seen it this hard. So Mr. Lewis, I appreciate the other day the meeting, but I want the election judges to understand with all of those senior moment cradle points. We only had I know, Ms. Goggins, I know, but we had 21. We got 20. I want you to understand. We're surveying them all. We only had 21 issues with regards to them, and in terms of that 4G, we're getting ready to talk about a 5G upgrade and now buy a ton of new things. So there's a plan as we come up on this next election in 90 days. Some of us are counting, and we expect you to have to go through this. So thank you to my staff. Thank you to all of you whose services.
On my way here, I did speak with Dee Kirk in payroll. She said give them 2 to 3 hours and it should be loaded on the card.
For the record, D. Kirk works in elections, and so yeah. Well, I understand Mr. Wesson is dealing with that in budget. They're making sure they're appropriate. And before you got here, apparently Ms. Madrano said that they were waiting on the right code. So thank all of you for your service and for appearing. Okay.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Taking your time and coming down and talking.
Yes, for coming down. Thank you, Judge. Like I said, all of this we've generated all of this. Monkey mugs. I know you've been waiting on it. I'm not going to disappoint you. I don't plan on it now. November 21st, monkey mugs keep popping up, from a park in New York to a Parkland in Dallas. The Columbia Spectre printed this story on November the 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m. And I quote, months after Riverside Park Conservancy staff, a member called for the removal of a set of monkey statues from the park's 10-mile river playground from the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation, that they should be removed back in October after a viral social media post called the statues racially motivated. Stephanie Ashley Cabin called for the removal of the monkey figures 6 months early in February, after learning that Moses had placed monkey statues in the Harlem playground because of alleged racist motivation. Robert Moses built iron trestles with curling waves in front of the public restroom at the 10-mile playground, which was common for Moses Park designs. However, unlike other restrooms in different parts of the park, the section included black monkeys, which hung from shackles as part of the trestle design. The monkeys at 10 Mile River are painted black and have what could be interpreted as shackles around their wrist. It's also hard to believe that a man as intentional as Robert Moses only coincidentally put monkeys in the Harlem playground. Can you see the parallel? It's hard to believe that a senior manager at Parkland Hospital gave monkey mugs exclusively to her black employees. It is even more stunning that she has received a promotion and preferential treatment since the Dallas Morning News reported this travesty. DEI, nothing. Dallas County Juvenile Department of Operations, juvenile intake. I guess I will hold most of that. I see item 70 is on the agenda. And, no, we haven't gotten there yet, but my concern is I can hold all of this until item 70. I pulled it 2 weeks. Nothing's changed.
Staff has requested that item be pulled for 2 more weeks, Commissioner.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will hold what I'm going to do for 2 more weeks because I've got numbers. I've got a number of things I could not believe. Okay. I didn't know that. Nobody's told me. So, okay, then I'll hold that. And there's some numbers that I'm going to share with regards to juvenile intake, detention, diversion, and some other things. But since we're holding it for 2 weeks, I will hold for 2 weeks. Sheriff and Dallas County Jail operation. Sheriff, you're here. I think Chief Herclocks is here. Sheriff staff. First of all, we hear enough since first of all, I want to thank Public Works staff, for being with me at DeSoto last night and some other places that we present. I guess what is concerning me, I'm hearing things in the community that are not factual, and I got inundated with this whole thing about custodial death. Sheriff, you, Chief Claude, I want y'all to come forward because, first of all, let's set it for the record. Like usual, I get accused of trying to cover up. The facts are the facts. When you take your 5 peer counties, by the way, what precipitated this was in Harris County, they already had a $28 million housing custody where they were housing their individuals outside of the jail. Last week, they entered into another arrangement for $11 million, and then they're sending people all the way to Mississippi. Tarrant County has a $23 million contract housing individuals outside of their facility. Tarrant County has over 200 vacancies. Houston has over 230 vacancies. I did Bexar County and Travis County. I guess what I'm saying is Dallas County's vacancy as of jail population yesterday is 135. They are authorized in Tarrant County for 4,400. We're authorized over 7,100. Custodial death, Harris County, 19. Tarrant County, we have less custodial deaths. So for those individuals calling my office saying, y'all are trying to cover that, we have less custodial death than any of our large peer counties, I think, except Travis, and Travis is, I think, one, Chief, is that correct? One census below us. These are custodial deaths, not, I'm sorry, I got so much stuff on my desk here, I'm sorry. And so what I'm saying to you is that we have no outside contracts. We are in compliance. Population, even with all of the so-called IT challenges, still we're continuing to have less population and manage it than any of our colleagues. That whole issue about the jail being dirty, you are a former inspector, and I think you will tell us that that jail under the Texas Commission on Jail Standards is up to par and has been since its administration. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, Sheriff, I guess I brought you here to say that you don't hear it a lot, but your staff is performing peer counties. That's the only way we can measure what's going on in this county. We got to measure by what's going on in other counties. That's the way the Texas Commission on Jail Standards, we're all held to a standard, but we measure what's going on in other counties. I still say, when you look at the vacancy rate, and we're larger than everybody except Harris County, their authorization is what, 9 or 10,000?
10,140.
10,140. And we have proportionally less vacancy than any of our peer counties. Less custodial deaths than anybody except Travis, and that includes Bear. And so I just want to tell those individuals who are calling my office saying, you guys are trying to, cover up, whether it's pregnant women, whatever, we are performing to the standards. We are in compliance. It is my understanding that maybe a couple of those others that I talked about, or at least one or the other, is not in compliance. I don't know about Harris County as of this oration. But I just wanted to say, Sheriff, thank you to your staff who continue. I look at mandated versus volunteer. All of your towers seem to be performing with volunteer hours, even though you mandate for it to stay in compliance with the 1:48 ratio detentions to custody. You mandate them, and you give them the option to choose, at least when they want to almost service. Every one of your towers this week came in under the volunteer clause at 4 times the mandated clause. And I just want you to know that sometimes I know you're involved with a number of other things, but some of us challenge HR. I'm looking at your terminations, looking at your age. Your people are performing. And I wanted that to be clear and on the record. I thank Mr. Bazan. He did that handoff to your department with regards to managing the extermination. That's an issue that Parkland had, but we conferred with your staff. They agreed, talked with Mr. Bazan. They have now handed that off for the management of that contract, which it probably should have been all along as opposed to facilities, but they said they're going to manage it. In the meeting on yesterday, it's my understanding that your staff has met with Parkland and they have a plan going forward to try to eradicate some of those issues. And so I just wanted you to know, thank you on behalf of a grateful county. We're not spending in 28 and 11, $39 million for out of custody, outside custody. We're not spending $23 million custody. And according to your staff, we do have a variable with regards to if we need it. Thank you for continuing to perform.
And that is called management.
Yeah.
And it
Seven.
comes
That it's called. Right now, I think according to Dr. Watkins, the new numbers, I've never seen this before, but it's not that we have that many more. I think we have probably 150 people more than we had year to date this time last year, but the cost is right now close to $18 million. The DULY report at midnight last night was population was 88% of the total jail capacity, and the increase was 126 over last year. So that's the 7 a.m. detention early warning report, 88% of the total jail capacity. And so I just wanted you to know that, wanted it on the record, and wanted it to be very clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is management, and it comes from your modeling, your knowledge, and your willingness to do what needs to be done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any comment, please, Chair?
Well, I just want to say that what we said we would do, we continue to do, and that is to take care of the people who are charged to our care and to our custody. And we are pleased because we know that even during COVID, the state still looked to Dallas County and the Sheriff's Department to learn and get information about how to direct other agencies throughout the state of Texas. It was here at Dallas County that they looked to and asked us, how are you all managing this? How are you all doing this? Daily reporting, how are you guys doing that? Can we use that with the other counties throughout the state? They ask us that. It wasn't something that we knew how to do. We simply took our experience and put common sense with it and made decisions on how we were to manage. And so we continue to do that even today. We are managing. So we appreciate that folks are acknowledging that you all are acknowledging that we continue to manage. Even in terms of healthcare, let me share a quick story with you about a couple of weeks ago. One night I was leaving the office, and as I came down the front of this building, there was a young man that I know who was doing some work. He was doing a report, a news report. I stopped to say hello, and as I stopped to say hello, there was a homeless individual who was standing near this subject. And as he realized that I was an officer, then that young man threw his hands up and got down to his knees, got on the floor, and on the ground rather, and said, "Can you please take me to your jail? My feet really, really hurt." And I said to him, "Well, no, I'm not going to take you to jail because your feet hurt." He said, "My feet hurt bad, and I know if I go to the jail, I'll get some help." And so what I did was I called DPD. They came out. They called an ambulance. They came and took care of that subject. My point being that after that encounter, the photographer came to me and he said, "Oh my, that was pretty weird." I said, "That is reality. That's a hard reality. And that is that sometimes people who don't belong in our custody, they come to our custody, they do something because they know that they're going to come to our custody, and that while they are in our custody, they're going to get medical care. That's a hard reality. But that happened just a couple of weeks ago. So I say all of that to say that we are serious about what it is that we do, and we're going to continue to do the work.
And I'm glad you said that too, because I want to, as much as I put my foot in Parkland about this monkey mug stuff, they do an excellent job in the jail. They do an excellent, that team of Pat Jones, Dr. Williams, who's over the nurses, they are at 99%. Correctional nurses are the most difficult nurses to hire and retain. They're at 99%. Dr. Harris, who also, and Mr. Nicholas, those four individuals. And so whatever they, in Parkland, I want to commend that team. They are now dispensing more medication than they ever have in the history of that jail. Over 4,000 medication drops, almost a day. And do you realize that when you talk about that jail, how many people are infirmed? That's a medium-sized hospital. Gil Hernandez is a medium-sized hospital, and everybody is not an infirmary. And 18,000 meals a day, not counting renal, diabetic, any of the infirmary meals. 18,000 meals, 7 days a week. And some of us go over there at night and see how they've done in terms of cleaning. It's remarkable. And by the way, as I tell everybody, those are not bologna sandwiches. They're calorically balanced. We get audited from the Texas Commission on Jail Standards on the menus. And so I want people to understand the gravity, largest department in Dallas County, and the efficiency. And unlike some of our departments who still to this date, oh, by the way, I guess they're open this morning because we're going to be closed Thursday and Friday. But unlike some of our departments who close a day or so a week, the Sheriff's Department can't close, even with their grade 5s. They can't close. They are 24/7 regardless. And while some of y'all around doing your holiday, I'll use that word, they'll be working. They'll be working. Custody works. And 50% of what we do, juvenile or adult, is custody. Thank you again, Sheriff. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Clark, and to the staff back there. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for, as I said, making the wheels turn. Okay. Captain Radcliffe, thank you. I still want that 254 intermittent FMLA because I want to track. I want to see what employees are continuously finding their way to intermittent FMLA. We keep talking about 135. 254 are intermittent FMLA. Every time we have a dadgum meeting, she reports. 254 people. Okay. Thank you, Sheriff.
Presentation, Commissioner.
No.
Your
I just-
management shows.
Now, I'm just glad to be a part of a team. I've been managed for a long time.
That's correct.
But-
You have been managing for a long time.
But
Great job.
I was managing when there was it was Death
All
Valley
along.
Days over there.
I know.
When it was
Thank you.
Death
Great
Valley
job,
Days.
Commissioner.
And Death
You're
Valley Days was over there. Anyway, okay, let's see. I've done all of those, Judge, I think. Hold on. Budget process, county operations. I understood, Dr. Watkins, why certain item is, and I think we haven't got to it yet, but that you pulled, but you did tell me you just need to the next court session. Is that correct? You and Mr. Wilson, whatever.
Which one?
I'm referring to the one on, hold on.
We actually have an item on item 72, which will increase the salaries for
For building security?
Yes.
Yes, this item 72,
Okay,
court order, on an addendum.
yeah, right. Okay, I marked up so much, yeah. And I understand item 70, like I said, I'm not gonna talk, staff has pulled that, right? I'm just making sure. Okay.
district attorney staff pulled 7.
District attorney pulled it. Okay, got you. But you pulled under court administration 1, right?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. But we're gonna do it by next court.
Well, actually, we do have an item to approve positions for the security personnel, security guards, and your peace officers in this item.
Right.
And then that's phase 1, and then we're looking at phase 2. We still have to have conversations
Okay,
about phase
gotcha,
2.
gotcha.
But
Just-
I just need a little more time, and I think our critical need was getting the security guards
I
and the
totally
peace
agree.
officers to a higher level. So that was our need.
Yeah,
I
that's
heard from all 5 of you on that. So.
I agree.
And I know at this court, we wanted to get, like, for what's got to be the 6th time, the sense of the court as to whether we want to pay a decent wage to our marshals? Do we feel like we have whatever we need to move forward?
Absolutely. That's the item on 72.
I'm not
So-
just talking
And that's
about-
72,
I'm
and
not
we have
just talking
discussed
about
this.
the lowest paid people, which is shameful, but I'm talking about up and down.
They're working on it.
Yeah,
That's what
that's
they-
the
that's what they're
entire
working.
division, minus the leadership, which is phase 2, which we still need to look at. So
Right.
Mr.
And-
Bazan wasn't at our meeting. I wanted to wait for him to get back, so we need to have that conversation with Mr. Bazan.
About what, Mr. Martin?
Phase 2, which is the senior
okay.
staff, but right now our focus was on security guards and security peace officers.
Peace officers, which
Which
is
ones?
what we have, and
Right.
so we discussed that we're moving forward on 72.
Correct.
Let me
Okay,
just say
yeah,
this
yes.
about the senior staff, the fire marshal and his senior staff. You don't keep good people that you've spent a lot of money training or attract good people that somebody else spent a lot of money training if you don't pay a commensurate wage, right?
Absolutely. And we have a plan. We just need to go over it. We just want to make sure we go over it. The leader wasn't here of that group. We need to make sure he's okay with it. He's got to lead the group. But we also want to make sure particularly when you're talking about those high levels, what are the impact across the enterprise? So we want to make sure we look at the impact across the enterprise and make sure we're in line with all of the other positions in that category. So that's all. We needed a little more time to look at that. But we heard from you guys on the security guards and the peace officers, and we want to address that today.
Great. All right, we got SB4, or you got more on that, or?
I think it's Mr.
SB4.
Reed.
What the hell, other than we gone to hell in a handbasket, what?
Well, I mean, we don't want to do twice the same thing, Mr. Reed. I think you were going to brief this, right?
Yeah, put an item on just to walk the court through the final version of the border security bill that was passed by the legislature, just so everybody has an awareness of what's in it and what we know the impacts will be to Dallas County. I'd submitted slides for the agenda that kind of lay it out. I was going to walk through those, and I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all may have as a result of that.
And can we get the slides up there?
And I think, let me
You doing that? Who's doing that? You doing that?
Yeah.
I think he's doing that. I don't know. Okay, he doesn't think he has it, so can we just email?
They're on the posted agenda, if
Yeah.
that helps. Yeah.
He's got
getting
it.
it.
Yeah.
Hey, well, there's a lull in the action. So the past bill limits it to 2 years. If you've been in the United States more than 2 years, we don't arrest you. And also, does the one that finally passed stop arresting the American who has the undocumented person in their car?
Well,
Could you go through give us a
Yeah.
general overview, and then we can get into specific
yeah,
questions?
the
Would that
last
work?
the last piece of that is still up for debate, depending on how you read the bill. But I can walk through the
Great, go ahead. while
the
you-
provisions
slides are
just
ready
so
now.
yeah. So the big portion of this bill, at least the portion that concerns our county jail, is that there is a new offense created by the bill. It's a class. Actually, there's several new offenses. It starts with a Class B misdemeanor offense if the person enters or attempts to enter the state from a foreign nation at any location other than a port of entry. There's no requirement that you be seen making this entry, and so any probable cause that is determined to apply this charge you could have somebody in Dallas, absolutely have somebody in Dallas County get this charge applied to them, then they would be brought to the Dallas County Jail. The offense is then escalated to a state jail felony if the individual has been previously convicted. So if it's a second time, then it becomes a state jail felony. There's a new offense that we hadn't had to deal with that showed up in this version, which is a Class A misdemeanor offense if the person has been found to have been previously denied entry and then entered the state. It is then upgraded to a felony of the third degree if the removal was because of any kind of drug activity or crimes against a person. There is then a felony of a second degree offense for an individual that refuses to comply with an order to return to a foreign nation as a result of being charged or convicted. one thing to note in this bill is that any magistrate or judge can issue this order, including a JP, municipal magistrate, and anybody that has magistrate authority. One thing that was added to this bill that we kept pointing out in previous bills was that there wasn't a timeline for pickup out of our jail. And so one good thing that they added, it's not even a good thing, but one thing that was added to this bill is that DPS is now required to pick up anyone subject to this removal within 7 days to make that transport.
Who's paying for that?
The transport, it would be DPS, but ultimately Texas taxpayers through our sales tax and severance taxes.
So the state covers that?
The state would cover the transport through DPS, but we would cover the custody and all of the criminal court costs.
And they're always pick up on time, Mr. Reed?
No, they have a long history of not picking up on time,
Correct.
actually.
Yeah, okay. Ain't nothing new.
Say
So
no
let
more.
me ask this: if someone goes, one of our suburbs or whoever, goes to one of these temporary workplaces where you go to get a day labor and picks up 20 people, are we holding those people until there's a removal, or after 7 days they've got to go take it to their facility?
So it is subject to what the magistrate determines. So the magistrate could charge them with the offense, and then the criminal process plays out. And I'll have to defer to my colleague, Mr. Heichel, on how that plays out. That's not my area of expertise. Or the magistrate could issue an order of removal right then, and then the 7-day countdown starts for DPS. Either way, we're still in charge of holding them.
But if the magistrate says, I want to have a trial to see if Joe is subject to removal, or if he's been there more than 2 years, whatever, then Joe might be in our jail for 90 or 120 days.
Could be. Yes, sir.
Because Joe can't bail out, right?
There's not a provision in there about bail. I don't know if other provisions already in state law would apply to this. I would have to defer to Mr.
Yeah,
Heichel
I mean,
on
there's
that.
some called due process. I hate to tell y'all. I mean,
Yeah, but I'm not seeing where due process works with this law.
well,
That's one of the many one of the many grievances that opponents of this bill have brought up is the lack of due process, and that you have potentially non-lawyer magistrates making this removal determination without any expertise or training in immigration law.
well, I mean, right now, again, we're going to get back to the jail again. Right now, I think the sheriff, because we don't have an option, we're holding close to about almost 500 individuals, ICE detainees.
Okay.
And I know some people say, well, that's different. No, it's beds. We're looking at beds. You're doing five.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I do also want to point out this order is voluntary. So the magistrate issues the order of removal. If the individual decides not to be removed, it becomes, I believe, a second-degree felony, and then they're in our jail, continue to stay in our jail until the adjudication process is done.
With no bail.
And they're not entitled to probation or deferred adjudication.
Okay, and that is without bail, true? In other words, they cannot bail out, true?
Correct.
Okay, so if Joe, under Judge's hypothetical, has 2 kids that were born in the United States, what happens to the kids?
Same thing that's always.
Those kids
Separate.
would, if there's not a family member to take care of the kids, those kids would go into the foster care system.
The broken foster care system.
Right.
Great.
And would further exacerbate the overcrowding that's leading to kids sleeping in offices and cheap hotel rooms now. And one thing to think about with these kids, for people who are like, well, hey, I don't care anything about an immigrant's kids. Guess what happens to immigrants' kids that are in the foster care system? They go to school with your kids, right? And so you rip a kid away from his mother and father or mother or whoever's taking care of that child, and you put him in a broken system that causes all sorts of problems emotionally and mentally and behavior-wise for those kids. And then they're going to go sit next to your kid in school. So care about that, right? Commissioner Price did a really good job for this court this summer, making us the only urban county that didn't have to ship people hundreds of miles at taxpayer expense to be held for longer periods of time awaiting trial. Because when it was hot this summer, all of these people got arrested, and every big county got to the point where they didn't have enough beds and cells for their people. If you fill up your beds and cells with moms and dads who are day workers and restaurant workers, meat packing plant workers with little kids, there's not room in the jail anymore for people who steal your television set, break into your garage, or worse. And keep in mind, if we have to put those people in jail, we'll be putting them in jail in places like Monahans, Texas or something, because the state does it, but they don't allow us to just throw up tents and house people in them.
Well, Judge, as I said when I was talking about Harris County earlier, Tallahatchie, Mississippi, how far that is from Harris County. But no, Commissioner Daniels and I, every week, work with the Sheriff's Department to help her and her staff manage that population. And, you know, even though right now, the DA are doing some arm wrestling, I appreciate the fact that he is at least sending his staff through to see those individuals who have, and I'm not calling it age, well, they've aged out if they're on the mental health side. And as I said, Ms. Randolph, thank you, you just returned. Thank you. They didn't just age out and we turn them loose. They handed them off to you and to NITBA, Dr. Garcia, and they handed them off to NITBA in a way that we were able to get them services in the community. They've aged out according to the statute. We can't hold them longer than the offense, Class A's and Class B's, okay? And I keep hearing this whole thing. Of course, I don't want to hold nobody 180 days or 360 days, you know. At, what's the new rate, Dr. Wong, $80 a day?
83.50.
80 what?
83?
83
Or
something.
86 or 7, I think I saw.
$85. $85.13. That's what makes that $17 million hit. That's what we went from 13 million to almost $18 million. So again, I just appreciate the fact that they understand, and we've been able to work that. Even some of the courts, those judges that are performing, as we've tried to tell them, your first priority, hopefully, is the jail. I don't care where it's about victims, about the individuals that's incarcerated, it's jail. If they're out on bond, and they're not, that's what bond is for. They're not committing any offenses, you know, let them wander. But the jail is what's eating our lunch.
All right, let me ask another question about kids, okay? So we've talked about if the child was born in the United States and they have papers to show that they're going to go to the foster care system or maybe some family member. What if they are here and were not born here? What happens to them under this bill?
I believe those children also go into the foster care system. There's no other. We can't detain children. We can't charge them with this crime especially if they're under. I believe it's under 10 years old or whatever the age of criminal.
Well, that's just same in the juvenile department.
Yeah, so we might be filling up the juvenile department. True?
Yes.
It's possible.
Yes.
Well, no, not for kids under 10.
No. I wasn't. Of course not.
But
Kids
between
under
10 and 17.
10 and 17 is what I was
What
referencing, and I
happened?
apologize to you.
Right.
So
And
between 10 and 17, we could be filling up the juvenile system with kids who did nothing wrong. I mean, all they did was follow their parents, and that's it. And now they're going to be in the juvenile justice system?
Correct.
Or the foster care system, and it's an open debate. They're both terrible, and they both lead to bad outcomes. Which is worse, it's hard to know. But that's one of the things we're looking at with our juvenile system to begin with, is the reason that started with D.A. Crusoe asking to have an outside agency look at it is he saw the recidivism and the serious offenses as young adults. So you're taking these kids who are in school, who are, functioning and going home to mama, and you're putting them into a juvenile system, which is a great, or foster care system, which are both great systems to learn bad behavior.
Well, and then again, because that's not, I'm not gonna get into it, but I've done everything.
Talking about the adults that work there, I'm talking about the realities.
Now, I do want to point out there is an affirmative defense, and I want to thank Mr. Heichel for reminding me of this. There's an affirmative defense to prosecution if you are a DACA recipient up until the point where DACA was overturned by the Texas, I think it was maybe an appeals court. I'd have to, a Texas appeals court when they overturned DACA. There is an affirmative defense from the start of DACA until that point, but after that, there really is not an affirmative defense for any children that arrive here.
Okay, so maybe this is a question for Mr. Heichel, I don't know, but so this talks about illegal entry or illegal presence. If an individual is here and they are seeking asylum, and the federal statutes say, I am seeking asylum, but I have not been granted asylum yet, and I have no documentation that says I'm allowed to stay in this country because there is no card for them, then does this law require that they be jailed even though the federal system says that they're legally here, but our state system says they're not?
Commissioner, that's a really important question because one of the things this new law specifically says is the state is not prohibited from moving forward with the prosecution for illegal entry if there's a legitimate question being raised about the person's immigration status. So they're saying as long as that you can demonstrate the person has made this entry through one of the non-authorized port, and you've hauled them before a court, whether it's a Class A, Class B, or state jail, or third degree, depending on it's not a defense to say, well, I have something pending in federal court about my status as an immigrant. They're saying, no, you can still move forward with the state prosecution.
So the feds say you can be here, the state says you can't, and they can wind up being a felon for following the law of the land as the feds decided. Is that correct?
Unless, of course, it becomes the issue of the DAPA versus the DACA. And plus, there's a new law that just passed in February 2023 called the American Dream and Promise Act. And all of those federal statutes have to work their way in with this particular law. But I can just tell you that they specifically in the statute says that you're not authorized to delay the state prosecution because of these federal questions about a person's immigration status.
So with that conflict between state and federal law, I assume that it's gonna go to court?
It will certainly go to court.
In fact, I think it's already in court.
Well, a lot of organizations, Commissioner Daniels, are waiting for the governor to sign to go ahead and take action. But I do know there's a lot of organizations already moving, in order to, challenge this because, as everybody knows, this is an unconstitutional as a result of Arizona versus the United States in 2012. All the power was set to stay when it comes to immigration in the federal government. And, well, this is criminalizing something that it already has penalties at the federal government, like Mr. Reed said, the largest unfunded mandate that it has been given by the state government to any county since we remember Commissioner Price, right?
Yeah, driving while black.
So, this will encourage, has a lot of ramifications, encourage racial profiling, which we already have laws against it. And of course, my husband has many stories about driving while brown. Show me your papers for people that sound, speak, and are essential workers that look like me. And that creates, discrimination, disparity, racism, and, will force millions of taxpayers to enforce, any of these laws. And like Commissioner Summerman rightly say, there's so many gray lines within what this law is supposed to do. So in the meantime, I just want to, say that laws like this are put forward to create division, discrimination, and for political purposes against a community that the only thing they want is to work and have an opportunity to do it. And we need those workers. I mean, not only at government positions, all over the state of Texas. And it's just sad that we have to go through these discussions when we have so many other problems that we have to resolve here in Dallas County. And well, I just want to remind all these politicians that think that these laws are great for political purposes, that 34.5 million of Hispanics Americans will be eligible to vote in 2024. And so in just a few years, over 1 million Latino citizens, will turn 18. And if you really analyze these numbers, every 30 seconds, a U.S. Latino turns 18. This translates to 120 Latinos every hour, 2,880 every day, 86,400 every month, and about 1 million every year. And these kids that are seeing the injustice, the racism, the discrimination of these laws are going to see mom, dad, uncles, grandmas, family members, because we all know someone undocumented or in DACA or in the TPS. I mean, we all know people. And seeing this is going to create the next generation of voters that are not going to be so understanding to all these that are taking care right now,
and then
taking place right now.
Yeah.
And well, with these numbers, I just want to remind everyone that what challenges still exist when it comes to voting is our right, and we need to exercise that voice. And it happened before, in Arizona. You remember someone called Arpaio? Was taken out of office, just like Governor Jan Brewer. And we need to remember what happened to Pete Wilson in California. You just need to strike the Latino community, and we will come out, and we will remember the people that work for discrimination against families and communities that only want the right of justice.
Unlike Mr. Mathis and his wife, and their household, we know who's doing, who they gone, but we know who's doing it to us. So hell, I mean, don't shoot collaterally, shoot who's doing it. But the problem is that when you look at the numbers, we see who's doing it and where certain people are voting.
And there's always going to be, differences in voting, but the numbers are there.
Yeah, but now,
and Discrimination and Injustice Commissioner, as you well know, brings people together. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Reed, as always. And we will remember all those associations who help us fight this, right?
Are you finished, Mr. Reed?
I have one more piece. If you want to walk through it,
I have a few more questions too.
Stop here. Yeah.
Let me see if I do the numbers right, okay? Taxpayers will have to pay for the costs associated with booking someone in jail. According to my numbers, that's $379.37 a person. We've already established that putting them in the jail itself is $85 a day. Put them there for 6 months, that's $15,323. If there's an interpreter involved in the judicial process, it's $93 per hour with a minimum of 2 hours, and that's constitutionally mandated. A lawyer is $900 per case for felony, $2,500 for a felony. Not to mention the cost to the transportation to the border, the cost for monitoring with compliance with that order. This will break the county financially. We have, according to the stats you've given us, it's 75,000 individuals. We're 10% of the state. That's 7,500 individuals. If we just take up 1% of them a day, we'll fill up the jails and no longer be able to house people who are serious, violent offenders.
I hear, hair's on fire. I get that, and
I only have a few of them, but they are blazing.
Well, yeah, I understand. But my point is, I mean, really, and I say the same thing even about, DPS, unless they're hanging around down on the border. I mean, that's, I mean, they've always had some ability to do what supposedly this bill is legitimizing. But, you know, I'm not worried about that whole hair on fire thing right now. Problem is, I mean, maybe if you're on the border, you may have some issues. But this far, and I'm not worried. I just told you, we're detaining 500 supposedly, and I don't know who's documented versus undocumented, but every week we have between 475 and 500 people in the Dallas County Jail. Those are beds. And we've been doing that at least for the last, decade or better. So that's not my issue. I mean, the fact that, you got this insanity going on down in Austin, and not new, or the insanity's going on up in Washington. We just got to manage what we can manage. And then we'll begin to deal with it, once it hits. 500 individuals. I wish ICE would come take everybody, either let them go or take them out of the facility. Every week, I think they're moving close to about 30 to 40 individuals. But they're replenishing.
And hey, I'm glad somebody's not worried about here because I am worried about this. Okay. And I'm worried not only because, and I understand, Commissioner Price, you've done a great job managing the jail, but with that being said, we just need, Commissioner Summerman just put the numbers right there, 7,500, it's a lot of people. And
it's not going to happen.
Well,
this far inland, it's not going to happen. This far inland, it is not going to happen. And you ain't get that. Even if you look at your DPS force here, it's not going to happen. And I guarantee you, large law enforcement departments are not going to be concentrating on this.
We're going to fight this at every single court.
We have always seen this happening in Dallas County just because this is a destination for many of the people coming across our southern border.
And one thing that I do want to, one nuance that I do want to bring up is once the county jails along the border are full, it is only an executive order away from transporting to other counties. And we wouldn't have any choice but to comply with it. That was something that's been brought up multiple times.
Whoa, stop. What do you mean transporting to other counties?
As an example has been brought up, let's say somebody is in Cameron County is charged with this offense and Cameron County's full. They have to go somewhere. And it is only an executive order away from the governor for our jail to then be opened up for housing inmates that are coming out of Cameron County. That is the primary concern, at least for a county like Dallas County, that will have to deal with this population in some form. And if the numbers that was quoted by DPS wasn't so large, it would be less concerning, but you're talking about at a minimum 75,000 individuals that have to be housed somewhere in the state of Texas, and there's not even the 75,000 beds available right now.
That's my point.
Right.
So again, why is our hair on fire? Hell, you can't, where are you going to put them?
That's why my hair is on fire.
That's the question. But to point out, counties are charged with that custody, with that criminal justice. It will be on counties collectively, including Dallas County.
You can't I know you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Okay, I got another one I wanted to use, but I'll use that one. You can't do it. You can't do it. The beds, they're not there.
I agree. It is a mathematical impossibility to implement this bill.
But every bed that's taken up by one of these folks is a bed for a property crime suspect.
I get that, but same thing with 500 that are there every day that are either allegedly have committed an offense or they, we take care of the cases here, and we've said something to the judges about they take care of the case here, they're still detained. And as I said, we're shipping about, we're removing about, 40, 50 a week at most. What? We still got 450, 500 individuals who taking up beds.
Mr. Reed, I want to talk a little bit about the passage of this law. There were some lobbying efforts that were made, I imagine, during the passage of this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, there was
About
quite
some.
a bit for
About some.
3
Okay.
special sessions. Yes, sir.
Was there any county associations involved in that?
I will give an absolute shout out to the Conference of Urban Counties. They stood with us, literally sat next to me testifying against this bill every step of the way for all of the reasons that we've brought up here. And
Texas
the impact
Association, I'm talking about TAC.
Yeah, what happened with TAC?
I can
Texas Association
I can
of
say
Counties.
for a fact that TAC did engage on this bill only to affect the indemnification language and the impact it would have on their risk pools that they run.
Which failed, right?
They got half of what was needed, but that was the only engagement that association had.
And we are a member of TAC right now?
Currently, yes.
But it will come. We pay.
They typically send their membership dues on December 1st,
Okay.
with us having to pay by December 31st.
And that will be something that will be brought before us as to whether we pay or not, true?
Correct.
It can be,
Yeah, well,
if you would like me to
I
bring it.
want to make sure that that's before us. I know which way I'm going, and it ain't going to be for voting for it. So.
Please, Mr. Reed, separate it.
I will gladly
Sorry,
put it on
Barbara.
the agenda for discussion.
Sorry, Barbara. I'm done.
Oh, we're out of, yes. But thank you, Mr. Reed.
It was related.
Yeah, it was.
Have you completed the presentation on this before then?
The only piece of the bill that's left that we haven't talked about is the indemnification language. If something goes sideways with anybody that works for Dallas County or that we've contracted with during the enforcement of this, we have to fully indemnify them, including a private contractor. So theoretically, and I'm not sure the private contractor side would even apply for Dallas County, but theoretically, if we hired a bus service to transport somebody from our jail to Parkland for treatment, I know that wouldn't happen, but if something happens then, we would have to cover the contractor who's doing the transport because they're charged with that offense and any damages that would be associated with that. It's unlike
It's
any
liability.
provision that's ever existed.
But increased liability.
Significantly
Definitely.
increased. Yeah. But other than that, that's all the good news I have on this bill.
Well,
There's no good news on this one.
This takes us to our consent agenda. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
so moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion on the bids?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And
Is
and
there-
and I will say, Mr. Crawford, I did see that most of that between that polygraph and books and all of that, I think we only had about a $3 million spend, and it was pretty much de minimis. So that's the reason I hadn't said a lot. You laid it out in a way that, so, thank you.
And there's one particular one that has more going to the subcontractors than what the prime is doing. So thank you, Mr. Crawford. That was interesting.
And next is our RFP. Is there a motion on the RFP?
So move.
A second. All those or he seconded.
I'll second
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, no. I'll talk to Mr. Frosch later. Thank you.
And then this takes us to our court orders. Here's what we've got. We've got court orders L1 through L74, pulling 33 by staff at facilities. Pulling for 2 weeks, number 1 by staff at budget. Pulling number 39 by Commissioner Price, and pulling number 70 by Commissioner Price for discussion, and then
I believe,
2 weeks.
I believe 70 was pulled by
They pulled
staff.
Yes,
For 2 weeks.
They finally pulled it.
They pulled
I
it.
pulled it for discussion.
Well, wait a minute. 39, 70, and 73 are pulled.
No, not
30
73. He didn't want to pull 73.
Yeah, I have waived
For
my,
discussion.
I've waived my poll.
He waives any pull.
Oh, okay. So, one clarification, Judge. 39 and 70 pulled by Commissioner Price are for discussion, or at least that's what I understood.
You did, but
Number 70 was pulled by staff after.
Right.
staff has pulled
That's
it.
been amended.
Oh.
Staff is
That's
pulling
what,
number
that's what I was
70.
saying earlier.
Okay, so here's what we got. Let me say it again. 33's been pulled by staff for unknown period. Number 1's been pulled by staff for 2 weeks. Number 70's been pulled by staff. And then as far as commissioners, I only have one pull left, and that is Commissioner Price on 39. Does that sound
Well,
right,
that's for
everybody?
and that's
For discussion.
primarily for discussion.
Well, I mean, guys, we need to do a better job when we say what we're gonna do. Write it if it's for discussion or for 2 weeks.
But I did, and when I was getting ready to go down that road, they said the DA is gonna pull it. So, I mean,
So,
Well,
39
70.
is for 2 weeks or for discussion now?
39 is for discussion.
Okay, sounds good. I got that
Well,
one.
the only one for discussion is 39.
39, that's it. Everything else got pulled either by budget, by facilities,
Yes.
by staff, or Commissioner Solomon.
Right, so let me say again, I need an order on L1 through 74, pulling 33, 1, 39, and 70. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion on the court orders?
And on 25, I love y'all, but I'm voting no, because that'd be consistent.
Well,
20
I
25?
need to take that as a separate order then?
No, you don't take it separate. It's just,
Yes, Commissioners. In addition to that, I wanted to bring your attention in regard to resolution number 2 and item number 64. I think there are some cross wires there. Number 64 is the one that is approving the resolution, so that should not have been on the resolution number 2 on the agenda, and that could either be vacated or, nothing done with it.
So what do you recommend?
Yeah, what do you want us to do?
You could vacate the resolution number 2 because that is number 64 on the court order agenda.
I move to vacate resolution number 2.
Second. Okay.
Gotta carry it.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, so, we're now on discussion of the court orders. Let me take ask for a friendly amendment, to also pull 25 for a separate vote.
Right.
And the maker, I think, was you, the motion was
Me.
you. So will you accept that?
Yes.
And the seconder accept? Commissioner Daniel?
Oh, yes.
Yes. All right, so this is for all the court orders,
Except
that
39.
haven't been pulled.
Okay.
Any discussion? Any
I
comments?
just have a few comments. First of all, 23, the Employee Resource Group by DEI, Diversity and Inclusion Office, Mr. Romaine. I'm delighted to support this. Obviously, I want to be sure that everything that comes with the budget will be passed by this body. Everything else, I like start small rather than very trying to approach this by a big number. I like the idea of building community, networking, friendship, and more importantly, leadership. I think that should be our main goal with mentoring and visibility. And congratulations, I know you've been through a lot of work, and I think this is a good first step. Then we have agenda item number 39. We're going to discuss later. I have some questions there. Agenda item number 42, court order to Mr. Edwards and his team. I've been doing a great job with the senior program. I look forward to continue working with them. Court order 47, the SPCA. I wanted, first and foremost, give kudos to Fire Marshal de los Santos and facilities for this. Believe it or not, we have 324 animal pickups on unincorporated areas. And I remember when we started this program, we have a lot of animals being dumped on unincorporated areas. We have come a long way, and we couldn't do it without partners like the SPCA and Fire Marshal de los Santos with Mr. Williams, Rudy Williams with the SPCA. So kudos to all of you. I know they're having some rough times over there, but nevertheless, you know, we keep moving forward, and it's been a good program for Dallas County. And the numbers have been decreasing overall during the year, so hey, kudos and welcome. Last but not least, I wanted to make some comments on item number 72 that we briefly discussed. We've been talking about that as the security phase 1, Fire Marshal. You know, thank you for your support. I know that you're working some kind of hybrid project with program for security in other areas, and I think that is a good way to move forward. And other than that, I think those are my comments, and I'll have my other questions when we discuss 39. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, colleagues.
Any other comments? I'll second what you said about these ERGs. I'll be honest, I didn't know anything about ERGs a couple of years ago. But St. Marshall was real big on them and talked about the transformative, possibility that they can have for our employees. And if you think about it, it makes sense, because our best employees are those that are purpose-driven and are not just here for the paycheck. They buy into the importance of what they're doing, and so not everybody is going to want to be not everybody who qualifies will want to be a part of an employee resource group, but some will, and it's just another way to tie them to the organization and help them to get purpose, which is one of the great things. You know, if we could give our employees anything other than money, it would be to make sure that all of them feel purpose driven and know that their role's important and feel valued in Dallas County, and this really helps with that.
You know, I was trying not to say anything, but
Then don't.
No, hell no. Y'all said it, you brought it up, we're going out there. My point is that, you know, I hear all of this, and then I see all this racism right here with it. And I know Mr. Martin Allen done all of this, you know, this unconscious bias. Fooey.
There are no employee resource groups for racist. It's just like
no. But that's what you're trying to call. You're trying to take and manage a population that is in fact going against that. You can be purposely driven, but you're still running against, you know, the same shackles and the same hurdles.
Well, and it's similar. If you think about the Bar Association or other associations, they'll have a women's bar, you know, or a Hispanic bar, African American bar. It doesn't mean that bar is opposed, that group is opposed to some other group. It's you know, finding ways to be around people who are going through the same things you're going through. To do some things to give back.
How does that change? I hear you. That's the same way with Black America, Miss White America. It's the same damn thing. They're running against the grain of what, you know, that has been established.
But a black group doesn't make the fact that someone who's black wants to join a group of other African American employees in doing some things, either outside of work, giving to charity, talking about their issues of how they're treated in the organization, that doesn't diminish Hispanic or white employees at all. That you know that, right? I mean, these groups are not they're not geared towards being exclusive in a bad way. It's geared towards getting people together to talk about their experience in the organization, and perhaps to, you know, do some charitable things, to have some lunches and things of this nature.
How does that change structure? Yeah, I thought group, if you...
Oh, I see what you're saying now. It doesn't change structure. It gives people kindred spirits that they can work. I got what you're saying now.
Yeah, kumbaya. I got it.
Well, kumbaya is good. Kumbaya brings new ideas. Kumbaya, means
it's
hope.
bull.
You might see it like that, Commissioner, but we're all transitory. Well, except you. We're all going to leave, and I hope I live it better. I hope that people say, well, Dr. Garcia was crazy, but she had some good ideas and did a great job when she really wanted to do something. And I think at the end of the day, it's the new generations. I'm seeing them. The older I get, the younger everybody looks.
You just
you
placate.
know, so
Placate.
that is good.
You placate everything. You
Yes,
placate
and I
everything.
love it. And you call me the
you
cheerleader. I love
you're
those
you're
pom-poms
placater.
because I never had a chance.
Yeah.
So, but I want to, my legacy to be a legacy of
Placating.
happiness. Commissioner, waking up saying the day is gloomy is not good for everybody.
Well,
And I know I don't want to take your gloominess away, but
Angela Davis said,
it's good
I've
to be
learned
happy
accepting, Can I
sometimes.
change? And I've decided this day that I'm going to change things. But I
And
cannot
that's
control.
kumbaya.
Okay,
No,
at
it's
this
not
happy
kumbaya.
moment,
Yeah, it is.
at this happy moment, I would like to say thank you to two of our staff people, and one is Charlene Randolph, and the other was Sheriff, who did attend the most recent Conference of Urban Counties meeting in Austin, because it's important to show that, I can talk about Dallas County and what we are doing here. By the two of them being at that meeting and talking very specifically about mental health in criminal justice systems, the rest of the state could touch firsthand the good things that are happening here. So I want to say thank you very much for the two of them for attending that meeting and expressing that. And I think that participation in what's going in around the state, because we are judged in comparison to other large counties and to all the other 254 counties.
It's
And
important.
their presence there was just a very affirmative action to say, no, we're doing it. And so thank you very much.
Thank you. And
So-
thank you, Commissioner Daniels, as well. You are a representative there, and
Well, I don't have to be
hopefully,
the only one.
and hopefully, they see you and they see our team, and the good news spread around the state.
Commissioner Summerman was at that meeting also, and so got to see firsthand what do other elected officials and staff, their observations about what's going on in Dallas County and how it all fits together, and the appreciation obviously to Charles Reed, because he has been there steadfastly for 10, 11, 12, 13 years.
Yeah, and let me just say this, at that meeting, there were 2 stars. There was Commissioner Daniel and Ms. Randolph. Those were the 2 stars of that meeting.
Well, congratulations to both.
All right, with that, is there any other discussion before we call for a vote?
Who pulled item 70? Which staff pulled it?
The DA
District
pulled
Attorney.
it.
District Attorney's Office? Okay, just wanted to know.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, this takes us to
39.
number 25,
Oh, 25?
because you wanted to vote no.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. That's okay.
It's the lawsuit against your colleagues.
All right, all those, is there a motion on number 25?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed?
Nay, still spending money, juvenile department.
Well, we just need change.
We sure do.
Make sure to vote against their lawyers.
Yeah.
All right, next is 39.
They're the, you lawyers are the only one getting rich. Hell, y'all and your friends, y'all are the only one getting rich.
That's lovely down.
Yeah, that's it.
not my
Alright,
friends. I just want
since you brought
change
it
in the
up.
juvenile department.
Since you brought it
Count
up.
me up.
Is there a motion on 39?
Okay.
39, hold on.
Second.
It's the revised fee schedule?
Oh,
Okay.
wait,
And it-
I have some questions on 39. Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
Um,
Well, you're gonna have them
I
now. I think we
pulled
got a
it.
motion and second,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Discuss away.
Discussion.
And it did-
Dr. Wong is online for this item.
Thank you, doctor, and I apologize. I just thought about this last night. Food trucks. Obviously these are all the new prices for everything that we are doing. And on the food trucks, I noticed that there's different parts of the permit, and I know we have discussed this. I was a little confused on the way it was presented in the briefing.
Excuse me, can we discuss, this is about vaccines. I pulled it.
Yes,
Okay.
Commissioner, yes.
But how do you get the food truck?
It's there. It's part of the fee.
No.
Is it?
I
don't think.
thought it is. Hold on.
Yeah, there is.
I
There is a fee for the terminal.
pneumococcal.
Those are exactly the same that we discussed when new, state law that occurred. And so the food truck license permit fees are exactly the same as we had approved to accommodate that state law and are consistent with the Dallas fees.
There was one thing. I mean, there's a food truck permit, the food preparation truck plan review, the food preparation truck application, and the food preparation truck administrative. And that is all one category, right? Right, Dr. Huang?
Yes.
And then, the catering truck permit. This is only for catering. And then there is the food car permit. Can a food truck have all of these within one? And what is the difference? Because I was just thinking, if I had a food truck, I will go somewhere else rather in the county if I'm going to spend close to $1,300. And I'm not going to be able to work anywhere else but in certain municipality within the city of Dallas.
Well, that was some of the discussion when there was that state law that passed. It wasn't by our choice. And so we matched our fees to go with the city of Dallas. But there are still, again, some of the logistics that required, some of the other, they still have to meet whatever each municipality also requires. But this was to be consistent with City of Dallas's permit fees because of the way that state law was.
Right, which the state law is crazy, Dr. Huang, and I know that we're just trying to make lemonade from lemons on this one, but I will more now than ever that I see this cost and the fees tell anyone that owns a food truck that it's only going to work within the city of Dallas, just stay with them, because these prices are unbelievable. If then I want to go to any other municipality, and well, I don't know, we need to be very upfront with all our food truck vendors about, the cost, because these prices came out to be a lot higher than I anticipated, but that's my only, and there's 3 different ones, one for a food truck, another one for food carts, and another one for catering trucks. For whatever reason, I never thought about that. Thank you so much, Dr. Juan. Keep us posted about that, and all the other COVID vaccines, injections. I know Commissioner Price has some of those questions. So,
I'm more concerned about poor folks shit. This the whole thing, I pulled it because in addition to the proposed cost for the COVID and RSV vaccines, or the new cost for the vaccines for the ones that the Texas Department of State Health Services Adult Safety Net Program stopped supporting on August the 1st. Now, Dallas County Health and Human Services previously received these vaccines through the state, and we charged $10 for the pneumococcal vaccines. But per this briefing, in 2024, we're going to start charging $135. Like I said, damn food truck. $10 previously for varicella, but in 2024, we're going to start charging $180, $10 for HPV, but in 2024, we're going to start charging $295. Net program supports low-income, uninsured individuals and people who previously qualified to receive these benefits for $10 will likely not be able to afford to pay for these vaccinations.
But let me make sure that I'm not mistaken. For people who lack the ability to pay $295 for a vaccine, we will still get them their vaccine, correct?
For those, we probably won't. I mean, those previously had been funded by the state,
Right.
and the state cut back on what they covered.
They said on August the 1st, they will no longer be providing these vaccines, and within the state having the, record surplus and all that other stuff, I've raised this concern about what happens when the most vulnerable in our community, the poor, the uninsured, and I was told that, you anticipated the preventive health budget line item would be able to absorb the financial impact which you assessed at $180,400. Now, is that still an option? That's still on the table, support of vaccinations anymore? Because the state basically, dropped their foot, said on August 1st, that's it. So what I'm pointing out in these fee schedule, Judge, is those $10 vaccine. Those are the new numbers in the fee schedule.
Right.
So what would happen? Let's say we got a 13, 12-year-old girl whose mom wants her to get HPV vaccine, so she doesn't end up getting a disease that could cause cervical cancer. What can we do for that little girl? Can we send her to Parkland? Who can afford? Who can get that family a cost-effective HPV shot?
And by the way, that's $295 according to the schedule.
For the 13-year-old girl, and I need to double check, but I think the HPV may still be on the vaccine for children.
Okay.
But it's the adult safety net.
So that may solve that problem. But let's talk.
The
Okay.
adult safety net is the one that had the big cutbacks.
Exactly. And that's for low income, Judge. That's
right. So putting HPV aside, because
uninsured.
we just answered that, what about the other ones that aren't? Now, COVID, we're still affording to people that can't pay for it, right?
Yes. And so what we do have for the private stock is we will bill their insurance. And so either if they don't have insurance or uninsured, we can use the state vaccine for those persons. So we can cover everyone for COVID unless they have insurance and choose not to use their insurance, or their insurance didn't cover it. But then I think we would be able to cover it. So.
But I'm talking about low-income, uninsured individuals. So that's what the fee schedule talked about.
Yeah, moving HPV and COVID to the side.
Yeah.
Take some other examples.
Take varicella, take the pneumococcal vaccine.
And Commissioner Price is correct. I mean, the state used to provide that in their adult safety net. So what we have are just the costs of the vaccine. And so, I mean, that was a cutback from the state in terms of being able to provide those particular vaccines. Now, yeah.
Is there any way to get on a 340B program for those vaccines for this population, to treat them like a patient population that needs 340B?
We can check into that. I mean, we're participating in 340B with other medications and things. I don't know, and I haven't heard necessarily that that's something that we could take advantage, but we can certainly explore that.
And then also cost plus drugs and similar things. Is there any way we can buy this cheaper? Because I hear what you're saying. We're paying this for it. We got to charge you the same thing.
Right. For that, I mean, we can, look for other alternatives, or if there's additional budget to cover that. But right now, that's just the cost of the vaccine for us.
Okay. Yeah, let's look to see what we can do, because that is way too high.
Well,
I mean, I'm not mad at you about it, but.
No, and I'm not either, but I think that, as I said, while we're going down certain roads, I mean, low income, uninsured, I mean, hell, as I said, everything went from $10 to 20 times or 18 times. You know, I mean, and again, I didn't hit him up and ask him about, you know, what his numbers and that kind of impact is. But $10 to $295, $10 to $180. I mean, that is just, I mean.
Yeah, no, I mean, we totally agree. It was something that the state was covering, and then they, because of budget issues, I think, yeah, we had some discussion about that when they removed some items from their.
Budget issues in a surplus year?
Yeah. Oh, no. I just brought it up only because, as I said, you know, but that's the kind of stuff, that's what I was saying earlier when Mr. Rivas said, that's just the kind of stuff the state does, and nobody pushes back. I don't know what this is you know, could cost. And as he said, and what I'm hearing, based on what he asked the judge, this is our cost. Is that what you're telling me? These $295, this $180, this $135 is our cost.
That's our cost, yes.
Well, no. But from $10.
Yes, Commissioner, but I mean.
So things to look at. We're not going to figure that out today, but you know, now we have Shingrix. Before that, we had whatever it was for shingles. Is there a way for us to offer both? Because I bet whatever they had before, my guess is now a generic. That's why they came up with Shingrix, and maybe the same thing for Prevnar. Maybe the same thing for Gardasil. So we could check on that too. I mean, I hate doing that to people, but you say this is the state of the art for $295. This is state of the art from 4 years ago for $70.
But the only reason I brought it up and pulled it, Doctor, is because, you know, we just kind of pass over it, you know. And I mean, I understand Dr. Garcia talking about them food trucks. We done talked about that to nausea. It is what it is. But these are poor people. These are poor people, low income, uninsured, and we need to try to fashion a different model if we can, if there's another model out there. Because again, I did not get your numbers. I did not get your numbers as to what but at $10, I mean, you know, frankly, Scarlett, nobody
And
gave
we
it.
can look at Planned Parenthood for Gardasil and groups like that. Are they subsidizing HPV vaccines for children? And if so, what does it cost there to send the kid? But we'll have to rework all that and figure it out. For today, can we go ahead and vote on these?
Yeah, I mean, we can vote. I just wanted to bring it to his attention and to our attention. You know, we are supposed to be, you know, health and human services and servicing a certain population. And like I said, if even, I mean, some of my well-to-do colleagues could do it, but hell, I mean, if my insurance went up 20 times on anything, 18 times on anything, 13, 18, and 20. I think that's what I calculated. You know,
You don't
they
have
couldn't afford it.
with Medicare, right?
Huh?
With Medicare?
Well, it depends. Do you have?
I don't know. I mean, I assume you were, but I mean.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my web. Don't.
Yeah.
Call the question.
And there's.
Call.
And a food card. Food cards are not millionaires either.
Yeah. Okay. Call the question.
All right. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Y'all missed some of these. Yeah, because of the new resolution requirement. All right. So that takes us through the court orders. We've got one public speaker left. Let me call that name. The rules for our public speakers have already been written. And that public speaker is Amy Ahmad. Is Amy Ahmad in the audience? Amy Ahmad. Nope. How about online, man? Nope. All right. That concludes our open session, unless we need to come back today, which I doubt we do, but we might. So now we're going to adjourn to closed session for Chapter 551 of the Government Code items that have been previously posted. If there is any action as a result of that closed session discussion, that'll take place in an open session either today or on some later date. Thanks, everyone. Brennan. All right. No action necessary from the closed session. The court stands adjourned. Thank you all. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. All right, let me stay in the right place.